you are going to come under some pressure. You're going to hear all kinds of propaganda. You're going to hear all kinds of lies and deception. There will be tactics used to try and buy you out. There will be tactics used to try and frighten you away. And I only have to say one thing to you tonight, comrades. We are blood and fire comrades. And we're marching on to progress. And we will stand firm. We will not be bought because we are not for sale.
The scale of dealing with anti-corruption issues. So there is a learning curve that we are going through. What is important is that the government supports the development of the institution so it can accelerate very quickly on that learning curve and provide the resources so that they can move very quickly on the learning curve, and that the government does not intervene or interfere. And that message goes to the opposition as well. Leave the anti-corruption and policing agencies to do their jobs.
Hypocrite.
I know why you come to me with that foolishness, you know. You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right side that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.
Hello, welcome everyone. Is it Happy Friday? Not Happy
Friday.
Hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week, and looking forward to some rest on the weekend. Happy Friday to our silent supporters. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to those in the chat. Remember, guys, when you come in, register your attendance by pressing the thumbs up, and if you're able to, please share us out. That will be greatly appreciated. Tonight's topic is the real scammers with your host, Mystic Sensation, which is Baron and Anne-Marie, Pink Skew Green, and Melting Pot. Let me just go ahead and quickly welcome those in the chat. Truck Life, Dorothy McCoy, Beverly, Douglas, Don Mel, Patel Cruikshank, Noreen McLean, Falmouth Girl 2, Rennie Swaby, Carla Ebanks, Lynette Jenkins, Rosa, Sonia Johnson, Cecile Phillips, Catherine Heitness, Marvin Hamilton, Larry Beckford, Barbara Finley, Junie Harvey, Althea Johnson, Sweeney, Urel Dharma, Irene Mackie, Stay Tight, Evelyn Wood, Yukel Allen, Monica Hawthorne, Megawatt Volt, saying Esprit de Corpse.
All right.
And Garfield Gordon.
This weakest link.
Garfield Gordon, welcome. Bless up yourself. Without any delay, I am going to undo. Okay, and guys, please go over and support Pastor Ricky, who has started his own channel, and it's called Politics Corner TV. So I'm asking everyone to just go over to Politics Corner TV. I'm going to put it in the chat as well, and I will put the link, and please go over and show Pastor Ricky some love. He has a live stream coming up tomorrow evening. I think it's 6 p.m. right? And he's also have 2 or 3 videos that he's already posted, so please go over and show Pastor Ricky some love. George Beckford, Keith Salmon, Miss Rita and Carol Roberts, Keisha Richards, welcome. Happy Friday. Baron, over to you.
All right, thank you, honey. Thank you, honey, as always, for that wonderful introduction. And of course, we have our wonderful panel here, right? We have Lady Spinks in the house, and of course, we have the open batsman, Melting Pot, right? Big up yourself. You know that people later will be greater. And let me say this, my people. We are going to discuss, right, the bus again, because we have some new information. And trust me, Jamaica people, it is much more serious than, what we had discussed, right? We get some new information that we are going to provide tonight, and it doesn't look good on Andrew Holness. It doesn't look good on Daryl Vaz. We have evidence as it relates to Daryl Vaz is the ringman for Andrew Holness. Let me say that. We have evidence in terms of Daryl Vaz went to Mexico, right, collected 143,000 US dollars, right, and that money shared up between him and Andrew Holness as it relates to the evidence. But again, we have more serious issue. This bus situation is even serious, more serious than the neurosurgical drill. We are going to break them down tonight. We are going to, provide the information in a chronological format, right, as it relates to how it was planned. And let me say, right, because we have the evidence that, yes, this bus system, this rural bus system was actually budgeted in the 2025 budget. So all of that information, we covered that, right? We have all the facts here tonight, and people are going to be surprised. It is much more serious. Daryl Vaz, honestly, the police need to have you under interrogation, right? You need to be interrogated and possibly charged for this. If the police officers are the institution that deals with this sort of investigation, right, they need to take you in, Daryl Vaz. But we are going to present that and show the people clear evidence, right? Bangarang, because the Auditor General is going to squeeze in onto this. I know that the Integrity Commission investigators, they are going to squeeze onto this. So Daryl Vaz, trust me, you are in a definitely heat. Definitely heat. Now, let me just turn to the panel for the usual introduction, right, as it relates to meet and greet, right? Let us start with the Lady Spinks. Go ahead, meet and greet your people as usual.
Well, good evening, Lady Anne Marie, and good evening, Sir Byron. Good
Blessings.
evening, Melting Pot. And I would like to say good evening to everyone in the chat, everyone listening, and everyone in the parish of St. James, especially my friends and my neighbors from Northwest St. James. I would like to say good evening to our president of the TNP, Mark Golden, because we need your leadership right now going forward. I
Exactly.
would like to say good evening to our chairman and chairwoman, our gensec, our candidates, our MPs, our workers and our warriors, our voters, and every member of the affiliate who are PNP, because without this structure, the PNP could not exist. And they are the backbone and the skeleton of the PNP. And we have to give thanks for all of them. Everyone on the ground is putting in the work. Everyone is making a donation. Everybody who's, as you can see, your money is not being wasted. You see our big rallies, you see our big meetings. Last weekend and this weekend we have a lineup again.
All right.
Clarendon, Clarendon, Clarendon. And
All
the
right.
women's rally is on, Clarendon is on Saturday. And the
Yeah.
women's rally is on Sunday. And
All
on
right.
Saturday evening, we have a meet and greet with Alan Bernard at Iron Shore. You
Hmm.
know, we always, we could sing in a corner here
All
to bring
right.
out the voters. All right?
Yes. And tell Alan Bernard, say me soon call him back on the program, They're not
Yeah,
going to
man.
worry.
Yeah, man.
All
Yeah,
right.
man.
We
Okay.
love the energy, Sister Pigs, right? And
Yeah.
telling us what is happening on the ground. All right, without any delay, let us just go to our opening batsman melting pot meet and greet.
Well, me I tell you, say, the introduction never is things. Why me I tell you, it cover all base. But we still have to
All right.
come, do my piece here. So big up everyone. Greetings and blessing as usual. You don't know
Yes.
what the melting pot there, so alongside the mythic sensation revelation. You don't know we have inside the house, the lioness from the west, Pink Stew, alongside the host, Sir Byron, along with Lady Anne Marie, Technical Director. And I'm Melting Pot, and we are here tonight once again to divulge and dissect into all these type of shenanigans we are going on the ground in Jamaica. So you know, say as we roll out the information, we are going along and dissect them with you, the fans, tuning in tonight. So big up on yourself. All comrades, all over. One love. Big up. Yes,
All
sir,
right.
B.
Blessings, Melting Pot.
So guys, the link to Pastor Ricky's channel, I put it in the chat and I've also pinned it. So please go over and show him some support in his new channel. Thank you so much.
Yes, man. Show Pastor Ricky some support. You know, he's one of the Titan brothers. Right. So bless him up. All right. Now, that being said, I am going to be extremely surgical tonight. Extremely surgical in terms of bringing the evidence to Jamaica, right? And, you know, I don't want people to take a partisan approach into this situation. This situation is serious. We have seen where Daryl Vaz, right, have been doing some serious criminal activities within the Jamaica Labour Party, and that being allowed by Andrew Holness, right, who definitely agree as it relates to Daryl Vaz's level of criminality. We know for sure that Daryl Vaz, right, is the person who been managing, right, or had managed since the fact that SSN is no more, right, several accounts that belong to the Jamaica Labour Party, right? We have evidence of Daryl Vaz, right, passing off money to Andrew Holness from SSN. So Daryl Vaz is being very active as the trigger person that, you know, deals with the level of corruption. There is no joke about it, right? Now, we are going to go through in a very meticulous way. Now, London 45, I want to hear something from London 45. And we are going to listen to London 45 as it relates to the bus issue. And then guess what? Because we have strong evidence to support certain things. So then let us hear London 45 in terms of what London 45 is saying. And then we are going to jog along. We have some serious evidence that we need to show tonight. Let us hear what London 45 has to say. London 45, you have my attention. Right? Definitely. All right. So that clip is coming up, people. London 45, right, will be speaking, right, on these buses. And I want people to just listen attentively, right, where London 45 is concerned. This is no joke, you know, London 45. And remember, people, that London 45 had supported the Jamaica Labour Party. She had voted for them the last time, right? And she was once, you know, sort of, you know, so active where the Jamaica Labour Party had concern, but London 45 somehow had realized their mistake and realized that Andrew Holness administration is really a kleptocratic administration. So London 45 pull away from the Jamaica Labour Party and now critiquing them in a positive way. Look and listen to London 45.
Mr. Holness! No, man, sir. After the old drill saga, I thought that you guys would have learned. You don't learn nothing. Jesus Christ, Jamaica, wanna come down the seat and sit down. I'm going to investigate and I'm here to let you all get the real scoop and the damn buses them. Jesus Christ, all my heart a beat extra fast. Jamaica, Daryl Vaz is a liar. The buses are not new. So when the opposition leader did make argument that the buses are not safe, they are not safe. They are nowhere near safe and they are not new. And Jamaica, let me tell you something. The $104 billion that Daryl Vaz claimed that the bus costs, they are some big fat liars. Jamaica, the buses don't even come into the country the right way and legal way. Jamaica, the buses come into Jamaica through one company named, let me look, I don't want to make a mistake. The company name El Hydro. El Hydro, I'm going to go look for it. The company name El Hydro, and it's not listed to bring in used vehicle in the country. Jesus Christ, God have mercy. So Jehovah God, El Hydro don't list it to bring in used vehicle, you know. They list it to bring in new vehicles. So therefore, new vehicles are not inspected, but the used ones would have been inspected. So Daryl Vaz and him crew lie that the buses are new in order to bring them in the country through because I don't want to bite up my tongue, through El Hydro. And El Hydro only listed to bring in new vehicles, but they brought in these used buses on the El Hydro, which is not listed to bring in used vehicles. Guys, I'm open and understand. Let me go again. Guys, El Hydro is not a company that listed to bring in used vehicle in the country. Them only supposed to bring in new vehicles. So through Daryl Vaz, them don't want the buses them to be inspected. They lie and say that the buses are new. In order for them to say that they're new, no, in order for the buses to come through El Hydro, they lie that the buses are new. Jesus Christ, Jehovah God. People of Jamaica, the buses are not new and they came through El Hydro. They are used buses. So that means the buses weren't inspected. Jesus Christ, God, Jamaica, this scandal is wickeder than the drill. This is wickeder than the drill. Jesus Christ. No, man. Jamaica, remember, you know, when used vehicles coming in the country, you know, remember it have to come through a company that is licensed to bring through used vehicle. Therefore, they're going to be thoroughly investigated and inspected to see if they fit to come in the country. So these people lied that the buses are new in order to get them through El Hydro. Jesus Christ, Jamaica. So imagine if they had used a company that listed to bring in used vehicle, they would have not passed the requirements when they test them because they would feel that it's all bust them and it's going to cost taxpayers with head, with foot, with toe, with finger, with teeth, with eye lash everywhere. They wouldn't have come in the country.
All right. We are going to show tonight, right, that this was actually budgeted for. Everything that London 45 spoke about, we're going to show some serious revelation. So let us show that these buses were budgeted for. And Holness, you're in big trouble, you know, with Daryl Vaz. Let us show that clip that the buses were budgeted for the 2025 budget. Yes. Let us show that.
Madam Speaker, starting September 2025, we will implement a dedicated school bus system for rural Jamaica to ensure equitable access, improved attendance, and enhanced safety while easing financial burdens on families. This is part of the dividends for good government. This will be rolled out in phases. Phase 1 is already underway with the JUTC expanding services in Clarendon, Morant Bay, and Linstead, providing affordable transportation for students. We will add 12 additional 45-seater buses to the already existing fleet of 10 buses, giving the Montego Bay area a total of 22 buses. Phase 2 will see 100 fully refurbished buses deployed across parishes, with 60 buses in September 2025 for the start of the new school year, and another 40 buses by January 2026. Madam Speaker, these are school buses used in the American system. They will be refurbished. The doors will be placed on the correct side, the entrance doors. They will be governed. Look here. Madam Speaker, the buses will be refurbished. Just to repeat, the doors will be on the appropriate side for safety. And I think most importantly, the speed on these buses will be governed.
Take it away on it.
So they won't be able to drive.
Take that away. So now we have the understanding that these buses were budgeted in the 2025 budget. That is the evidence that we just established. Now let us move on. As I said, I'm going to break down this in a chronological sequence, in a surgical approach tonight. Let us move on to Daryl Vaz and hear what Daryl Vaz has to say about these buses as well. Let us move on to Daryl Vaz and hear what Daryl Vaz, right, in agreement.
You know, in Jamaica, they have a saying, the proof of the pudding is in the eating.
What do you mean?
Well, in this case, after all the talk
Yes.
and all the negatives by the opposition, we have a school bus that has been operating in Portland for 9 weeks now. 9 weeks of uninterrupted service to the children. 2 trips in the morning, 2 trips in the evening, and sometimes a third, depending on whether it is necessary. Over 10,000 students in Portland have access and benefited from this one bus over the last 9 weeks. So we have not only the inspections that have been done, we have an actual bus to judge the performance, which has been exemplary. So again, I'm just not understanding why the opposition is hell-bent on trying to tear apart this transformative initiative, and I dare say one of the most transformative since independence. Long overdue, should have been done. Any self-respecting country must have a proper school bus system if it is that we are to give the kids the opportunity to maximize their potential.
All right, take him away. We are going to show Jamaica that this sort of bus system that Andrew Holness and Daryl Vaz planned was not in the interest of the children, but was in the interest of their pocket, right? To fleece on taxpayers, to use that, right? Breach procurement procedures, right? Breach rules and guidelines to rob our treasury. We are going to prove that tonight. Now let us get to the document, remembering where Andrew Holness spoke in Parliament, right, that these buses are going to be refurbished and so forth, right? Now I'm going to show you the document as it relates to how it shifted in terms of buses that are to be come, right, and refurbish, and how Daryl Vaz, in collaboration with Danville Walker. Danville Walker, you're in problem, you're in big problem. Tonight, Danville Walker, you are in big problem. You are going to see how Daryl Vaz and Danville Walker manipulate the process and tell lies. Now, let us show you the document where both Danville Walker and Daryl Vaz lie down. This document is going to speak on 110 new buses. Jamaica. You heard London 45 speak that they start to speak about new buses right, where they trick the system to the fact that the new buses will avoid the inspection. London 45 is correct. London 45 is correct. So you are going to see how David Walker and Daryl Vaz cook it up to say that they are new buses to avoid inspection. Because there are some real serious old buses. Jamaica, what I'm going to prove to you tonight is very serious. And I'm glad I have, you know, some good friends who had done some deep dive and send me the document as it relates to the search. You have buses in the fleets, you understand, from 2011, 2010. People, we are not making this up. This is no joke. We are going to show the evidence tonight. Daryl Vaz, Danville Walker, Andrew Holness. You are current to Jamaica. Let us show where the trick begins. Let us show the entire world where the trick begins with Danville Walker. Now, next document on it. Permission to import 110 new buses between Danville Walker and Daryl Vaz. And we know that Andrew Holness is a part of it. This can't run and Andrew Holness not eat a food. You're mad. Andrew Holness have eaten food. As a matter of fact, Daryl Vaz is Andrew Holness sugar man. You know, him go and deal with the things. Permission to import 110 you know, new buses. So we are going to present that document there, right? Let us get that document up. All right, let us show it to Jamaica where Jamaica need to read. This is where the trick starts between Daryl Vaz and Danville Walker. So Danville Walker now is responding to a correspondence that was sent by Daryl Vaz to him. Here is Danville Walker response. Dear Minister Vaz, read permission to import 110 new buses. This letter serves to confirm receipt of your correspondence dated May 20, 2025 regarding the caption matter. Additionally, approval has been granted to Elijah to import 110 buses on behalf of the Ministry of Science, Energy, Telecommunications, and Transport. So, okay, now we know that Elijah, right, was issued a license. Jamaica paper, I want you to get this. Here it is in evidence that Elijah was issued a license, right? To what? Carry 110 new buses, not old buses to be refurbished. 110 new buses, not buses to be refurbished. This 110 new buses is set for it to defeat, right, the inspection system and the integrity of those buses, whether they fit to run on the Jamaica public road. Now, hear this now, people. Please note that all necessary administrative support has been extended to Elijah to facilitate their registration via the Jamaica Single Window for Trade platform. So that is how, right, they got, you know, the license registered to ensure a smooth application process for import permits for the buses. Clear argument. Should you have concern, please contact Dr. U. Blake, Trade Administrator CEO at 876-5621-561-6020. And there it is. There is Danville Walker signature. Let me put it up. Paper, Danville Walker signed off on this. Take this away, honey. Let me tell the people them know what Danville Walker now is saying. Yes, Jamaica people. Danville Walker is saying now, you know, things so we get the information, Danville Walker, that you don't remember signing it. Danville Walker is also saying that probably, let me use the word probably, just to be careful, that someone forged his signature. Jamaica, let's tell you what going on. Danville Walker is backing down from this, you know. Danville Walker, said, Shovel dead. So Danville Walker now is claiming that somehow him not remember signing the document, you know? And him have to go try to confirm some things. Yes, Danville Walker. So we see it say this sort of settings in a bangarang where Danville Walker, you can't wash your hand out right, you know. Danville Walker, you can't wash your hand. Let me tell you something, Danville Walker. Let us use what you said, that you never signed the document yet. You know what you are saying, Danville Walker, if you are saying that you never signed this document, you are saying that somebody forged your signature, and that would be Daryl Vaz. That would be coming from Daryl Vaz to forge your signature. I want to know, Danville Walker, is that what you are saying? Me just ask the question. If you say, I know you sign it, you understand? If you are saying that I know you sign it, then I will sign it. You see your signature, you know. That's why I show your signature. And if I know you sign it, that means that Daryl Vaz forged your signature. And then, okay, if you sign it, then you and Daryl Vaz in a problem. Because you sign off that there will be 110 new buses. That is what you sign off, and you know, that is what the signature is saying to Jamaica. It's saying to Jamaica, you know, your signature here is saying to Jamaica that you sign on a document confirming 110 new buses. That is what your signature is bearing. But you are saying that you don't remember signing this document. Okay, let us move on. Jamaica, let me show you the evidence as it really a bang around we are going on now, you know, Jamaica people. More listen to me now. Bang around we are going on. The reason for them now to cook up this document to say 110 new buses is to avoid, right, and to give waiver on the inspection so that no inspection can be done on them. Look at what they're going on, people. Let me show you. Bring up the next document. Jamaica Trade Board waiver of pre-shipment inspection requirement for school buses. Bangarang now, people. People make it going at the bangarang, going at the meter now. I hear so nice. As me say, I am doing a surgical thing, right? Doing a surgical thing to make you in a very chronological way so that the baby can understand the level of criminality that Daryl Vaz done. And this document may have some question. You understand? We ask customs, right? We have some questions to ask customs. So let us show the document where the waiver, right, is you get the document,
No, make a trade board, because that is the one that I just brought.
People, what I'm saying here, so we go back with the people, let me see it again.
It's big.
Okay, so people, here it is. Waiver only came in for 3 of the buses. 3 of them only. And they use this, right, to avoid inspection on all 63 buses that came in. Now, this is a serious corruption, you know. This is very, very, very serious in a Daryl Vaz. Right? So here it is, where the waiver of pre-shipment inspection requirement for school buses. Please be advised that the permission has been granted to Elijah Limited to ship the following motor vehicles without the required pre-shipment inspection. So these are the 3 buses, right, that were only allowed, right, not to be inspected because they were so-called new Bangladesh people, so-called.
Just start over with the document again.
Okay.
Because they weren't hearing anything.
All right. So let me start over with the document again. All right. So here it is, people. This is the waiver document as it relates to the waiver that granted for these buses not to be inspected. So here it is, right, from the United States shipper. Here Daryl Vaz is telling lies, right, to journalists that the buses were completely inspected and they were thoroughly inspected. Well, we know that this is a lie. No, the waiver of pre-shipment inspection requirement for school buses. Please be advised that permission has been granted to Elijah Limited to ship the following motor vehicles without the required pre-shipment inspection. People, here's the evidence. Only 3 of these buses, right, waiver have been granted on. But look here, people, I am going to show you the criminality that done on these. Now, people, I want you to write down the VIN number because we use the VIN number to track these buses, and you are going to realize that the VIN number connected us, by God, to some more serious situation. Let us bring up that evidence, the evidence where the VIN on. So take away that document, right? Let us bring up the evidence as it relates to the investigation that done, right, and the tracking, right? Let us bring up that, right? Document scan permit 205077. Okay, people, here it is. Mark the Steve, what it said. So the first of the 3, right? Carefully, VIN. There it is, the VIN number, model year 2011. See the evidence of people? Here is the VIN number. Here's the year 2011. Honestly, people, honestly, the wickedness. Honestly, the wickedness with Daryl Vaz, Danville Walker, Andrew Holness, and people who are at customs involved in it.
The document is not on the screen. The document is not on the screen.
It says it's sharing. I'm seeing it. It says stop sharing when it's. So what is that?
No, it's not there on the screen.
Oh, because of YouTube, whatever.
It is not shared?
It's shared. See, it stopped sharing.
Yeah,
only
but
when
they're
it's
not
shared.
seeing it.
Well, it's not my fault. It
Okay,
will be
how can we
YouTube.
make them see it?
I cannot make them see it if YouTube is blocking
Hold
it.
on. Okay, if YouTube, let me take my phone, let me take a picture so that them can see it because I want them to see it. Right, so let me take a picture of it and show it.
The same thing that happened with the video last week. I cannot do
So what?
it.
I understand why you.
Block.
Okay. All right. Let us take the VIN number and show it up so that they can see it. Right, 2011. I show Jamaica the evidence
because it's somebody's vehicle information.
Okay. All right. So if I set it like this, share it from the phone.
I cannot share it from the phone to their supplier. And anyway, I try
The
to
camera?
do it, it's gonna.
From the camera?
So hold up it to the camera. You're seeing it now? Oh, you're seeing it. Okay. Somebody called and said that they're seeing. Yes, Vindicoder.
Yes.
Yeah, they're seeing it.
Okay,
Thank you. But it must be blocked in some areas.
Okay, all right. Because other persons, let me talk to the chat. Other persons are calling that they are seeing it, right? So I'm going to have to move on where that is.
Some people, other persons are saying that they're seeing it.
Okay, so people are saying that they are seeing it. I just want to know that they are following us. All right. So here's the VIN number, people. The model of the year 2011. Now let us go down to the next vehicle, right? Now the next document, here is the other VIN number, right? Here's the VIN number. Model here, vehicle model here, 2011 Chevrolet, right? And there it is, right? 2011. 2011 Daryl Vaz. Let us go down to the next. See them, model year 2011, right?
Look like a bus.
Truck.
Truck.
Yes. Let us go down to the VIN number again, right? The 3 VIN number that we exposed. This one is 2010. Take that away on it. Take that away. Take that away. Now, my Jamaican people, you can't get it any vicious than this. But we go further. Yes, people, we went further and we asked, we have agent that works on the ground for us, who send us video of inside those buses. That is parked up now, so we're going to show, right, a video of some of the buses inside. Now, without any delay, lift up that video. Problem at tonight, you know.
Guys, the audio is back up. Some of you might be delay in your stream, so it might be at the part where we had the audio down. Okay.
All right.
All right, so it's sharing.
Okay, so there's a video. People look. All buses. Look at the disgrace. My God. No.
All right.
My heart. Okay, so that is one of the video. We'll get to the next video. This is a disgrace. This is a disgrace. But I mean, why do we surprise? We are not supposed to surprise. This is what Jamaica Labour Party is known for. There's no surprise here. So I like me, I'm not surprised when I see the level of criminality. Here's the next video. Let us get the next shot of the other video. Right? It is not, this is a disgrace to know that they have within the fleet, buses from 2010 to 2011. Yes. Look there. No, sir. $1.3 billion or $1.4 billion?
1.4.
All right. Jamaica, let me tell you why I breathe. When we do further investigation, Jamaica, I realized that several of those buses are what the United States finish away with, right? Because several of those buses were arming, right, the United States school children, right? Where the emission, right, from the diesel engine, right, really have an impact in terms of making several children sick in the United States. And you're going to tell me that now, United States garbage, because that's a literal garbage, you know, those buses not even to use, those buses not even need to put in any form of circulation. They're supposed to throw away. These buses are supposed to be dumped. These are garbage. And you have Daryl Vaz, Holness, right? And Customs and Hydro, who make up everything. To take up the garbage buses them from out the United States and come give Jamaica children and say they are trying to make our children travel safe when they are making them sick with emission. People, let me show you some do a deep dive research. Let me bring up the report as it relates to the emission. Let me show you say a garbage buses what's supposed to throw away. They're not supposed to be used. Daryl Vaz bring up the garbage, collect the garbage, and come charge taxpayer $1.4 billion. Hey, people, we can't make up this. Let me show you. Let us get into the document, school bus emission. Let us get into the document, school bus emission. Listen to me. No, man. Them to go prison quick and fast. Quick and fast. See here, people. Dirty driving, combustion school buses are harming children's health. Why isn't Canada racing to transition to electric? Right? Another school year has begun and thousands of polluting yellow buses are rolling out across the country, producing almost 300 million cigarettes worth of emission annually in Ontario alone. So there was a research that done where they are taking out those fleets, and these are old fleets, right? And replacing them with electric vehicles. Now, Daryl Vaz, take it away on it. Daryl Vaz, right? As it relates to Holness, who claiming that they are going into a rural bus system to protect our children, to kill off our children on behalf of their greed. 1.4 billion of taxpayers' money to buy American garbage. $1.4 billion spent to buy American garbage. When you go on some website, these buses are selling between the range of 3,000 to 5,000 because nobody don't really want them. These are not the buses that put nowhere in American fleets, right? They are done, parked up, and Daryl Vaz, right? Clean out the garbage bin, American garbage bin, as it relates to these yellow buses from 2010 and 2011. So Daryl Vaz never knows that we are going to run the VIN number. These buses From 2010 to 2011, the evidence is there. Daryl Vaz, they're all buses, and you bring them in Jamaica. These are garbage. To rob taxpayer 1.4 billion, because guess what? Uno knows the Mark Golden is going to win the general election. So all right, so we can make one more big thief. So uno a race to make one more big thief before the general election. And that's what caught up in Daryl Vaz. That's what caught up in. Uno a race to make one more big all. One more big all in a taxpayer's money. One more step in a taxpayer's neck. This is vicious, and Daryl Vaz need to go to prison for this. So I am going to see, based on the information, if the police, if they are not going to question you, right? And Danville Walker, because Danville Walker signed off said, I 110 new buses. But you have these buses from 2010 and 2011, right? So then come tell us how that go. And we have here 100, right? $1.4 billion. So let me just rest and make the open batsman take you on. Right in part, jump on the case.
Yes, my brother. Boy, anyway, Daryl Vaz name call, you know a problem, Problem with that brother there from long time. Yeah. Because all him doing is criminality on behalf of Andrew Holness. Yeah. And a long time I go on with it. And you're right to say, them go for one more big kill. But a big killer now at the final nail in them coffin.
Yes.
Because this one is bigger than the drill. You understand? And this one you carry more high level corruption and involve so much stake player. Unbelievable. You understand? Because the Prime Minister tonight, because members say in the parliament, during the budget presentation, states said them are bringing the buses, them, refurbish them, configure them and all these things. Yeah, never states are new buses. All right? But here is Daryl Vaz now. Line up a team. Has some vicious corrupted players, including Danville Walker. You understand? And this Elijah people them. You understand? With Andrew Wallace still at the helm. Because him are the orchestrator, the mastermind that. But him undercover in a sense. Yeah, but Vaz now show up for him like a ugly at all time in the corruption ring. So them use that strategy, yeah. I'm talking about so them are bringing new buses as it relates to the documents we see with Danville Walker sign off on. No right, that's all the fraud, Because the Prime Minister in a parliament never mentioned not about no new buses. But here is Vaz and Danville Walker in a stated letter conversation, as we say. Yeah, confirming signature, signing off on the deal, and claim that there are new buses. Now, when you look through everything where you see are going, right, so yeah, from the waiver, where them put on the 3 buses, them bus they not forget no waiver.
No.
Them bus they all bus.
All bus.
None of the bus them on a new bus. None of them, because you have 2 of them 2011 model we are Chevrolet, and you have one 2010 where Thomas built model.
Yes.
So we look on them, they classify them as all bus. So all of them supposed to go under inspection.
Exactly.
Them they can't come in using Elijah. Elijah don't have no license to bring in a new vehicle, not all vehicles. You understand? A new vehicle license them have, yeah. But here where the big player come in, J Swift. A J Swift are the key player, A J Swift, the signature show says sign off on the agreement, say them fit for purpose.
Yes.
You understand? So right, they say that corruption this again with J Swift. So we are look on it now, and we are see for ourselves in the video where we are see. The bus them are some rubbish bus them, the interior them, the floor, driver seat tear up. Them they're not in no condition for no new bus. I will know no new bus, but them is so whole and dilapidated. And I mean, our buses were decommissioned already in our state and Canada. You understand? Based on the fact of the amount of ignition where them are let off, were harmful to human being. You understand? As it relates to 3,000 cigarettes. You understand? Ignition. So them they are pollution right away. And you know, it's not right for the environment, it's not right for the kids them, it's not right for elderly people, it's just not right. Because our buses were decommissioned. But here is Vaz now with this big corruption. Yeah, because them want to draw down a big piece of money, claiming that him spend 1.4 billion. No, you can't spend 1.4 billion on them the whole buses there. So you're in a serious problem tonight. Serious. Andrew Wallace in a serious problem. Danville Walker in a serious problem. But when Danville Walker realize we're going, he might refuse to boy, I'm no member not about signing off on them. And like people for them signature. Well, we know one who involved in this deal. So the younger person can't forge him signature of ours. You understand? So if Danville Walker say, well, Vaz forge him signature, then him to come and talk publicly. Because you can't sign up on something and say you're no member. But when we look, we see a electronic transcript where I show say you sign off and then you confirm. So we are going. Danville Walker come tell me we are going. Because remember you used to bring in used car for Juliet Wallace, you know. I want to first bring in them, you know. You work on behalf of Juliet Wallace, not the used car thing. So Vaz know about you as the man where deal with that part of business there. And get you know, the corruption. Well, you for come talk, you know, because it's a serious indictment for the whole, I don't know. But we soon a name a pop up. Andrew, you need to come talk. You understand? Because you're the man I mentioned about new bus and you know saying a parliament you talk about all bus. And you know come out and downplay that and talk to the public and say, well, no, all buses are not new buses. Yeah, you don't feel like people now remember not that we don't have nothing can hold on upon. Here is the document them I show. The document them I reveal say a corruption between you, Andrew Holness, Daryl Vaz, Danville Walker, J. Swift, and Elijah. Who all no need to come talk to me, you know. Because there's no way these buses going to remain in Jamaica and people are going to prison for them. People have to go to prison for these buses.
Exactly.
Because I not trick the system. I want to put people, kids' life at risk. I want to also damage the environment with buses where decommissioned from over the state and in Canada and bring them come here. Underneath them bus they corrode. Because remember when winter time come, they grip the road and the salt go up underneath them bus. Them wiring system they're not good. Exactly. Eventually in the climate them bus they will catch fire. Yeah. Underneath them I go rotten out. I junk them there for 1.4 billion bars.
Crazy.
But we have the lead pound, you know, say a corruption, you know. Because the Prime Minister say use bus in a parliament. You come out and mention new bus and Danville Walker sign up on new bus 110.
Yeah.
We don't need to come talk to it. We can't have to play the game like how we feel like the game can play. The game is not a free-for-all game. The game is an accountability game. People have to give accountability for what them do. It's not a league, this is a corner league business, this a government. And when we're there, they play and look at hanky-panky game and can roll out anything and tell John public and take with the taxpayers' money. And walls up now the sunset count and no cannot win the upcoming general election. So now loot. We don't have to stop this looting and people for God prison. Police we are called pound tonight. Here is a case that presents itself cut and dry. Go for these nasty garbage. We just call out them name. You understand? If you want me to call them out, I can call them out again. Go for Andrew Holness, Daryl Vaz, Danville Scrappy Walker, Elijah and J. Swift. That's the corruption ring that involved with these school buses. And we cannot have this no more in the space. People have to give reputable information. You can't dice up the thing and fix up the thing for suit corruption. These are people life. These are taxpayers' money. And this has to be accounted for. So Daryl Vaz, we are hold you tonight, you know. You can't get her tonight. There's a warrant out for you right now. Taxpayers warrant. 1 out for Andrew to taxpayers warrant. 1 out for Danville Walker taxpayers warrant. 1 out for Elijah taxpayers warrant. And 1 out for GSU taxpayers warrant. And we ask the people where I pay for police the state, for police the country. Here is an opportunity to apparent some bandit in a society. I remember them profile cannot perceive the crime when them commit. Crime is crime. And everyone must be held accountable for the crime. It can't be the small people. Any ghetto youth commit these atrocities. We don't go on for them long time. Bangle them up. Charge them. You understand? So what to these big men? Remember them salary big already, you know. And remember them have responsibility, duty to the electorate. Remember that. So them man are not supposed to break the law. Them man have to uphold the law. But we have watched them over the 9.5 years. They are lawbreakers. They are outlaws. They are bandits. You understand? How can you have a government to pride itself on corruption and expect to get a 3rd term? No. Because the landscape of politics always determine 2 terms. At the most, you can serve. A 1 man done 3 terms. A PGA. You understand? So you have to put him in a bracket. But everybody know a 2 term. You done your 2 term. And you not perform. You underperform. And you know you're going and you fool all your people them. Like you can't win the election. You fool them, you know. And them just as fool around behind you. And know so it's a last case. You understand? Because you are not running to win the election. We know what you are run for. You understand? So me I go tell the people what you are run for. You are run to save yourself from prison. But it's a last cause. It's a losing battle. You cannot win the upcoming election, so you're going to prison. And I yield back the floor to another member of the panel.
All right, right then and there, Sister Spinks, right, take it over.
Boy, this situation again tells us that we live in 2 Jamaica.
Yes.
2 Jamaica. And I hear common leaders said it more than 1 time. We live in 2 Jamaica. 1 law for some people and 1 law for another people. Because if any of us here had done anything near to what they have done, fraud squad will reach our house long time and dig us up long time. You understand? Mr. Walker, I would like to know if you sleepwalk. Because you must have been sleepwalking when you're saying that letter. Because that must be the other explanation if it is not a fraudulent signature then. You were sleepwalking and signing your signature to a letter, right? Okay. We can't see through that one. Now we look at the buses a while ago, the video of those buses. Those buses are used in America to transport prisoners. Apart from school children, prisoners. So apparently, Daryl Vaz is a visionary and saw in his future that he will be a passenger along with the 49 and the other people like Mr. Walker, and all their minions will be traveling on those 110 buses to prisons. Because they can be converted into prison buses, you know. Or we can just park them on a school compound and just convert them into a classroom or a lab or whatever and remove the engine. Or we can get into some of our farmers and say, here's a good, nice vehicle you can convert into a fowl coop or a pig pen.
Yes.
And if NEPA want them, we can use them and drop them off into the sea and make some reefs. Nice diving areas for our tourists. Hotels can use them. The other purposes for them.
Exactly.
But when you think of the fact that these vehicles are not environmentally friendly
Yes.
and they're going to endanger our children, all right? I would like to ask Daryl Vaz if his grandchildren will be traveling in his buses. I'd like to ask Mr. Walker if his children or grandchildren will be using his buses. You see, they always give the scrap metal and the scrap and the garbage to middle income people and poor people in the society.
True.
No rich kids are traveling in those buses. Any in the rural areas, as I said it last time, in the rural areas, most parents make an arrangement with a private taxi or a private bus to
Mhm.
pick up their kids to school
Exactly.
from school. All right. So, who are they targeting with these buses? And they may ask the question many times. You have to do a social inquiry as to which school needs these buses. You cannot throw these buses out there just like that and put them on a route and expect them to be used.
Exactly. Exactly.
They did no investigation, and the fact that these buses went around inspection because of the age of these buses and
Yes.
because of the environmental harm that they would cause to our country. They circumvent the inspection completely through
Yes.
fraud. Where is the fraud squad? This information has been out for the past 3, 4 days. What you show today, this information has been out for 4 or 5 days. Where is the fraud squad? Where is Mocha?
Exactly.
Why
That's
are they so quiet? We are paying them to sit there in their office and look in the ceiling. Is that what they're being paid for? Yet we see in Jamaica, a young man will take up his phone and his youth being rude and being, jovial and being naughty. Will say, Andrew Holness, SYM. And within less than 24 hours, the policeman find him. So police officers, the same police officers that go for those young men, that went for those young men, under their beds and in their houses, just because they told Andrew owners, SYM, go and find Andrew owners and Mr. Walker and Mr. Boss right now in less than 24 hours. Bang them up. I dare you to do it. If
but
you want us Jamaican citizens to have any respect for you
yes.
and say that it's one law govern everybody, go for them. As Melting Pot said, go for them. Because the same way you can go and ask a young man to apologize just because he went on his social media platform and said, Andrew Owners, go and SYM. No, they can't even get a third term, prison term, prison term, and those bosses are the ones going to take you guys to prison. Are you look forward to someone else?
Thank you. And what you're saying, things is very serious. Someone just called a while ago and said we need to press on, right, and not to let them get away with this situation, right, as it relates to $1.4 billion as it relates to our tax dollars being spent. That could either spent, in the healthcare or spent in the education system to better, right, aid our children. If and again, they could have again extended on the rural bus system that the People's National Party came in with, right? They could buy 100 more new coaster buses, right? and add to the fleet of that, you understand, which is much more healthy in terms of the emission, right? They could have done that. But how can you care for the Jamaican kids and you went and collect garbage? Honestly, we don't even know if they pay for them, you know.
No.
We don't even know if they pay for them.
Because, Sir B, I was hoping to hear Andrew Wallace make mention of what the budget is for the buses.
Exactly.
I never hear that.
Yes.
You understand? No, we didn't. You understand?
We didn't hear a specific amount.
We didn't hear a specific amount. But
so again, right? It is very serious. It's just like the neurosurgical drill things, right? Where they take our money, right? Spend, buy old drills. You understand? Where they could buy new drills. So this is the Jamaican Labour Party government claiming that they care for Jamaican people, right? Using our money, buying old drill, and put 3/4 of the money in your pocket. Where you could know, if this was a good government, they would have purchased new drills, they would have purchased new buses, and don't expose our children to those poisonous emissions. Just look at that. Look at that. And yet they say they care and they need a third term. This is madness. And $1.4 billion being robbed. You know what? Jamaica people. Yes, you were saying something, Spinks?
Yeah, and they're asking us to choose Jamaica by voting for them when we choose Jamaica by voting for PNP.
Exactly.
You understand me? And the other point is this: how can they tell us that the buses are new in May, and by the time the receipt reaches here, they're used? We can read and we can comprehend what is happening. It only takes a junkie to buy junk, you know.
All right. Now, watch this now. Where we are going, right, as it relates to the corruption that exists. And I want to ask a question. Where is the political ombudsman? Because you have a known JLP blogger that is robbing our treasury, a known JLP blogger, and I'm going to call him out tonight. At one point, he went dormant, right? We weren't getting anything from him. But now, he came out and is now threatening, yes, threatening the electorate that if they don't vote for Dalrymple, that they are going to feel his hands. People, this is very serious, you know, where we are going with this, you know. You have a known JLP blogger, right, that always correspond with Big Mama, claiming that anyhow his constituency don't vote back Dalrymple in power, then people in constituency is going to feel his hand. I want to know if Draws Davis no hear this. I want to know if Big Mama no hear this. I want to know where is the political ombudsman. So then if the Electoral Commission, right, is acting, doing the ombudsman function, I am going to play this tonight for them to hear it. And I am going to anticipate for action as it relates to this person here. I am going to expose him, maybe thoroughly tonight. I am going to expose him. Now, listen to this person. Listen to this piece of criminal, known criminal. Listen to him. Listen to this piece of criminal who is getting the nepotism. Listen to him.
They never go after nobody politically yet. But we can tell you, put this in your pipe and smoke it. If anyone on the rise up against Mama D, we're going to feel the hands of this youth here. And I never see it yet. You never see me drop my hand yet.
Oh.
No guy never see me drop, not even PNP never see me drop my hand yet. I'm saying me willing to drop it on you. In a way that you will never return.
Okay.
I remember some me have the ammunition to do it, you know. Remember that. That is one thing you can take in your bank. So be careful of where you do. Don't mash up the dance about our dances in you. And so anything the party leader say, that Allah. You understand? You have to make it know. Where the leader say Allah.
Yeah, man.
Simple put. Law.
Yeah, man.
And when you break the law, there's consequences.
Yeah, man.
Put that in your pipe, me gone.
Play it again, honey. One more time. Make it ring in at the people in bed. Ed. Play it one more time. Make you hear what I'm really say. I say play it one more time because more the political ombudsman, if there's a political ombudsman that exists in the electoral commission office, or it is the electoral commission, right, who are doing political ombudsman job. Play this again. More of them hear it.
They never go after nobody politically yet. But we can tell you, put this in your pipe and smoke it. If anyone on the rise up against Mama D, we are going to feel the hands of this youth here. And I never see it yet. You never see me drop my hand yet. No guy never see me drop, not even PNP never see me drop my hand yet. I'm saying me willing to drop it on you. In a way that you will never return.
Okay.
I remember some me have the ammunition to do it, you know. Remember that. That is one thing you can take in your bank. So be careful of where you do. Don't mash up the dance about our dances in you. And so anything the party leader say, that Allah. You understand? You have to make it know. Where the leader say Allah.
Yeah, man.
Simple put. Law.
Yeah, man.
And when you break the law, there's consequences.
Yeah, man.
Put that in your pipe, me gone.
Let me talk to Jamaica. Eli Clark, may I talk to you, you know? Because you get him, you know, Eli Clark. So let me talk to you, Eli Clark. So it seems like you send him out, Eli Clark. Right? To threaten our Jamaican brothers and sisters. Particularly in the Trelawney constituency where Dalrymple is running. So Dalrymple, right, want to run things in a Trelawney. Sending out Chopper John, right, to do the threat. But Chopper John is paying for his food. The government has placed Chopper John at the Western Regional Children's Hospital to work as a project manager. Chopper John doesn't have any experience as it relates to project manager. Jamaica, I'm going to show you the corruption would go on. This is one of the reasons why the health sector had lost over $900 billion unaccounted for. Christopher Tufton, you need to come out and explain as to why Chopper John got the position as project manager at the Western Regional Children's Hospital, and Chopper John doesn't have any experience, no certification as it relates to project manager. People will now make up this. First, let me show you what requires as it relates to project manager. What a project manager, as a matter of fact, we're going to give a project engineer that manager. And Chopper John is put as a project manager, getting project manager pay just because he's vlogging for Jamaica Labour Party. Just because he's vlogging. Now, people, let us get into this and show you the qualification of a project manager. Let us get into the project engineer. Let us show you the qualification, what they need to have. Yes, honey, bring it up. We're going to show you the corruption as it relates to Jamaican Labour Party. Now, let me say something. Christopher Tufton, right? You need to come out and explain why Chopper John, right, has been put into a project manager position, and he is not a project manager. He doesn't have any qualification. Now, let us look. Now, specific requirement, duties of position include, look, people, listen, experience-based leadership with a learned understanding of technical elements of construction, including civil and groundworks, guiding design professionals with proper briefing, evaluating construction and value engineering of structural elements, particularly understanding and ability to manage the design process, ensuring coordination, ensuring best practice from global influences to direct and train contractors and resources, proving successful strategic oversight of the commercial nature of each project, capable of creating and maintaining critical path analysis of project schedules, demonstrating completion of any work started within the project brief, the ability to plan, implement, and hand over multiple projects in order to accomplish goals within constraint of time. No wonder why the project can't finish. Cost and quality standard. Extensive experience with finishes and fittings in a custom design environment, including millwork and other specialists and manufacturing. Here is the qualification and experience. Minimum of 15 years experience. Chopper John know of that. In construction and engineering are a related field. Experience in electrical and heating solar solutions would be an asset. Must be able to travel as required holders, right? And this is a standards project, you know, right? This is for the standards project, and all them thing that the person need to have, right? The person also need to have bachelor's degrees and so forth. Right now, take that away. Look at your evidence of Chopper John. Let us show evidence of Chopper John.
Which one I want first, the video or
Videos.
the video?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the video. Let us show evidence that Chopper John on the project as project manager. Here it is, people.
So here we are on top of the roof at Western Children and Adolescent Hospital, where the team is actively securing all the debris, all the loose boards, plywood, and all that stuff that could possibly be used as a projectile should in case we get hit by Hurricane Beryl later on tonight into tomorrow. This is slated to be a Category 5 hurricane. And what we are doing now is ensuring that everything that could possibly be used as a projectile should in case we get hit is secure. And here we are. These guys are using heavy-duty binding wires to secure all of that stuff. They are making sure that nothing loose is on top of this roof. And all these flyboards are secure with wires, and they'll be anchored to the roof. Here you are. So you're talking about fully active as it relates to hurricane preparation. The crane is overhead, getting ready to pick up and to secure anything that needs to be removed. So they're going to be stockpiling them like we are here, and then we're going to be removing them to safer ground on the inside of the building.
Take him away. Take him away. We get hit. That. Let us show Chopper John qualification. Right? I show what the project manager need to have. Let us show Chopper John qualification. Now, been through this already, you know. right, and expose him already, and Chopper John run out back again. No. Theater people, remember? Master certificate in hospitality, food and beverage management. Right? Master certificate in for 2 years and a master degree in. This is a master certificate in food and beverage management. University of Technology. Right? Here it is. License and certification. Serve Safe Food Protection Manager certification. National Restaurant Association. Serve Alcohol Manager certification. Right? That is Chopper John. Give us the next thing here on it. Now, me want to find out certain things right now. Why Chopper John, the Western Regional Children Hospital, doing project manager? See there, people? See my experience here? Chopper John has no experience as it relates to any from a project manager. No, look. To me get Chopper John experience, look, 2008 executive chef, right? Scroll it down. 2008, right? Executive chef, restaurant manager and kitchen, 2016, 2017. Corporate executive chef, right? Wanna tell me yes or no? Jamaica people, on a come on, right? Take with this on it. On tell me now, where Chopper John as project manager experience. Andrew Holness, Eli Clark, Christopher Tufton, put Chopper John there, right? So that Chopper John can get project manager pay because Chopper John are black. Chopper John are teacher mark. Because I'm a black for the GLP. Right? And so then when you see the project can't finish, it is the same thing happening at Canal Regional Hospital why Canal Regional can't finish. Now, let me begin with Sister Pinks with the one. Sister Pinks, when I see this now.
First of all,
on the Jamaican people as it relates to how our tax money, you understand, paying Chopper John, a food and beverage person. Because remember, Chopper John now mix up no flour and rice from the construction site, and season chicken and them something there. But yet Chopper John, the Western Regional Hospital, as the project manager. You understand? Where the project manager is supposed to read all a blueprint, Talk to us, Sister Speaks.
First of all, as you know, I am from the parish of St. Jude. And sometimes we might take a serious thing for joking, but you look at it, we put a cook and a bartender to manage a project like that. That's what has been done. It's the same thing we've done with the Roy Chung, and the same thing we've done with the man that they had at National Land Agency.
Yes.
Same thing with the girl at HR manager at Petrojam. It's a repeat and repeat of the Jamaica Labour Party. They keep putting unqualified people in positions that they can manipulate and get money out of whatever entity it is. It's all about how much money they can get out of a situation. Because we see Coral Regional Hospital went from 2 billion to how much? 24, 25 billion now?
Yes, right. In that
all because of a cook and a bartender. And this same cook is the one who gives problems at St. James High School repeatedly. Antagonizes the principal who stands on his principle. You have a man who is a principal at the St. James High School, stands on principle and discipline, and Chopper John, who can hardly scratch his name on a bullet cake, right? He's going to the meetings, sending people to meetings there, and disrupting the school process there on a regular basis. And the children and the parents come out and say they love this principal because he has done so much for the school. The school has improved so much since he has been there. And because he doesn't stand for their slackness and their rudeness, they do all kind of things to antagonize his principles. The other point I would like to make again, Chopper John doesn't even have a slingshot to shoot a ground dove bird, much less. So when he's talking off his mouth about what he's going to do to people and throw hands, he doesn't even have a slingshot to do anything. You understand? Him just talking. And the person he worked Clark who put him in position, who's going up against our Senator Janice Allen for Central St. James. All right, let me explain something to you right now. You will not see Hewart Clark on the ground for this election. And you will not see him that much in Parliament because he's going through treatment.
Yeah.
And he has to go overseas for treatment. So he's not walking the ground. So right now, Janice Allen doesn't even have a competition right now in Central St. James. Because Hewart Clark, Deputy Speaker of the House, is now spending his time in doctor's office. And he has to pay keen attention to his health right now. His priority right now is to get healthy and come out, living a long life, right? His priority right now is not elections. And he will not come out and say it, but I will say it because I am defending Central St. James as well as all of St. James.
Yes.
And Chopper John, you need to shut your mouth and keep your mouth quiet because Paul Patmore is going to send Daryl Wimple into retirement along with you too. You're going to retirement because when we win in the next 50 odd years, left you have for this governance to do over. When we win, you will not be there because when we start to audit Cornwall Vision Hospital as well as the children and adolescent hospital there. When we start to audit that project, you will know we're going to cook and mix beverage because we're taking us straight to prison along with Andrew. So you can go to prison and the same yellow buses and go cook food at the prison for them here. That is where we're ending up, along with Tufton. Because we have to take account. We need to know how the money was spent. You can't be spending millions and millions on a project that can't finish. They have no qualifications to be there.
It's crazy.
Papa John, we're sending you to prison along with Tufton, along with Andrew Holness, Vaz, and all the 49 of them over there because they're complicit. They are complicit, and we want an account for every meal, every plyboard, every scaffold, everything you want an account for. So you make sure in the next 2 months you can give us an account of how the money was spent. You worry about that. Don't worry about Paul Patmore within South St. James or Janice Allen within Central St. James. All right? Don't worry about Paul Patmore within South Sudan, I should say. Don't worry about it. That's not your concern right now. Your concern should be how are you going to explain to us how you spent the money and why the projects are not finished. Why you don't have a hospital? You need to sit down and start to write your explanations right now and your justifications right now. So you will and your little threat will not stir us. It won't stir anybody. in Central St. James. It won't stir anybody in Northwest or anybody in St. James. So, Papa John, go one side with your foolishness. Go find a corner and go sit down. Don't corner to be exact. Because listen to me. We need an account of how the billions was spent. Focus on that for the next couple of weeks. There,
Exactly.
I give the floor to someone else.
But one of the persons in the chat said Hero Clark should spend the time at our hospital, right? Since our healthcare is according to
Tufton.
Tufton, right? That the healthcare is doing fine. Then why Hero Clark live up and gone? If the healthcare is doing
Exactly.
fine, why Hero
Exactly.
Clark? Why Hero Clark? Right? Let me tell you something. They're only spitting up in the air, and you know where that fall.
Right in your face. Right in your face.
Right, lift up and gone to the United States. You understand? If, as a country tough time, that the healthcare system is doing fine, and we are just, being negative and all of that. Why Eli Clark gone? Now, as it relates to what we just presented, Melting Pot, come in and deal with the situation for us.
Boy, this is what I call for Papa Jesus, Come take the case and deliver the grace.
Yes.
Yes. Because one hurt tough tongue and Holness can use a cooker. Yeah? Because him not no chef, him is a cooker. And use him as a project manager at Western Regional Children's Hospital. And we are going in Jamaica.
Serious.
See the man them take everybody for just numbskull, man.
Oh my God.
Which part this could have ever happen? We have a criminal activist, a blogger. Yeah? A so-called criminal activist because Pink Spew say my garbage. So many have not touched nothing too, substantial to him. He's just a blogger. Big nasty stinking Chopper John. Yeah? Criminal Chopper John. User boy Chopper John. Sister Tough Tongue Andrew. And She-Rai Clark. I not eat that, that She-Rai Clark use the entire. You know, realize. Because you are the project manager, you have got to talk about the overhead expenditure,
Make you
sister, the man that blindfold your garbage and trap you in them web of corruption. Because Pink Spew say you have to answer when the right time coming up. Piece of shit. You have to answer. Yeah. Because you run off your little thinking mouth and tell people about, you never drop your hand yet, not even PMP. PMP no want to see them that dirty thinking thief in and we have. You understand? Because them down the time cook a flour dumpling give me, And that me I make you know. Yeah, because me not think, me not know who could have ever study for cook, have cookery as part of your mentality going forward. And you go study it and you take a 1-year course and accomplish it in a 2-year. So you're backward like Andrew Holness. You're backward.
A 1-year course.
Yeah.
A 1-year course. It takes 2 years to complete.
It takes 2 years to accomplish it. In backward. You understand? But this is history. Never in the world you can find a project manager with a CV with Chopper John have. Because you see the number one item on that long list where you roll out, the basic, which is civil engineering. Chopper John don't have that.
No.
Garbage thinking dirty Chopper John, blogger Chopper John. You don't even have civil engineering. So you could never pursue to be a project manager. Let me tell you how the business go. You understand? You don't know nothing. Nothing you don't know. But this is just to highlight the high level of corruption where we are talking about out of this Andrew Holness administration. Because here it is, plain and obvious to anybody. You're using a man, a cooker, to be a project manager. As Byron rightly said, if you can read the blueprint, I don't even think him know to read a grey print. You understand? Because smoke grey, you know, and him can't read a print there, you know. And you know, I would fire that piece of garbage you use, because him not certified. You understand? So what we are look on? We are look on nasty, big, stinking Chopper John as part of the corruption. But it's not surprising. Because we see where Keisha Mac rob up a billions, non-performance down a Mobile there. So she get fair slice of the cake and him get fame over there. So people in Jamaica not say Andrew Holness do.
Madness.
Andrew Holness have to know about all of them and ratify them, you know. Tough tongue alone can't pass it. You understand? Andrew have to sign off pandemic. You understand? So when we are look on, yeah, as we go back in a Trapper John and the criminal activity where we see in front of we. You see at the end of all of them permutation where Sir B put out as it relates to being qualified for a post like that, Trapper John have to have a clean police record. Even when you pass all of them, you have to have a clean police record. And when we are seeing in front of you couldn't have a clean police record. You're a criminal. So that alone barred you from being a project manager. Here is Andrew Holness, project manager for Western Regional Hospital. I threaten people. Eh? Project manager not do them something. Project manager drive iron vehicle and deal with blueprint paper and briefcase of them on. Yeah. And wear proper order and visible vest and look like a project manager. Not like you are talking about burial. and plywood for banding wire up and overhead crane to lift them to safer position. That is that project manager recipe, piece of shit. Go learn to cook, man. Nastiness are coming at them type of position and I rob taxpayers' money. And I go like you're somebody in a society. When all you do is a violence producer. You're the piece of shit that threat the man. But you never know we have a lioness here for point out and make it. But we know you're a piece of garbage from long time still. But we only make things you come rubber stamp it, make the whole of Jamaica know say you're finan, you're baffan. You can't do nobody nothing piece of shit. You just out there run off your mouth and want to intimidate people. Yeah, because you feel like what we are doing, you're worth $5 too. So as much contract you have. Me think you don't have Western Regional Children's Hospital pay special attention to an overinflated budget. But you're there somewhere else a cause problem. You're there in all Trelawney. Or you're there so much place. Project shit manager. Because that's what you is. Or you're there all over the place. And all you do is cause mayhem in a society. But the right time that for you, you know. Yeah. Because you hear me talk about time and feel like a time I'm going to you're nasty thinking part. No. A Marky G time, the right time and the blood and fire come ready. It's there wait for you. Me I tell you. You're part of them. Because we have to pull out the whole out of society, you know. All I want to be affiliated to Andrew Holness mafia gang. We have to pull it out. I'll Keisha Mac too. Because we suit by she fees a whole heap of taxpayers' money.
Yes, sir.
And a non-compliance. And a whole heap of variances. So no just they are full in the crab. The whole are full in the crab. I want to do a boilers chicken. And that would I like to know. You understand? So no they can finish now. Okay. All right. Well, if you don't have finish, I don't know some Marky G. I go slaughter you. We don't have to come in at the poultry farm now. In the slaughterhouse section. Because we're ready, you know. They don't finish now, you know. Because we boilers chicken. The whole are full of the crap. You understand? And I mash up Jamaica. And I go like somebody I show up on a nasty thinking dirty head. Where do you go underground now, you resurface? Eh? Where there you gone underground, you know? Me think you that stay quiet. But somehow them dry out again. I will dry out Draws Davis. Me don't know our big mama. Because all are not affiliated, you know. We're not part of them hatchery. You understand? I will know it. So your time come now for you come throw a punch. You're not a punch at throw yourself. Because you see who you fight for is a weak opponent. It's an opponent who already throwing the towel and you don't even know. Andrew throwing the towel, Jamaican people. A face card Andrew a project tone out there. Ah, no. A trick no. A fool no. Because him cannot help. That is a part-time DNA trick and can lie and thief on top of it. So we have to point out the whole hierarchy as how them are administrate in a Jamaica. Yeah, this foolishness have to stop once and for all. Enough is enough.
Here you go.
So we are called upon the JSC member them again. Go for them criminal here and show no word to society. We no can make amends for all of the misfailure we want to give to the taxpayers. Time to make amends because new day is dawning. And we have to show ourselves to be credible in the new era of Jamaica politics going forward. And I yield back the floor to another member of the panel.
What a punch, Melting Pot. What a punch, Sister Pins. Love that. Now, let us show Jamaica as it relates to Andrew Holness' level of trickery as he pushes against the Constitution, right? Institutions that's supposed to be upright, right? And, you know, act morally and ethically. You have seen where Andrew Holness, corruption tentacles stretch across, right? And definitely overpower them. And so then, let us show another manipulation of Andrew Holness. If we remember, right, roughly about a month ago, probably, where you have the PIOJ came out and claimed that the poverty rate, right, has been reduced from 18% to 9%, right? And obviously, we know that is lie, right? That is to just make Andrew Holness seems like he's doing good, right? The falsification, right, as it relates to these institutions, right, being, you know, under the, I would say, the spiritual blindness, right, of Andrew Holness, right, causing these institutions to just literally fail. Now, when you look on the DPP, who doesn't see any crime that Andrew Holness committed, then, you know, you see the biases and so forth. Now, let me show you something as it relates to what Andrew Holness have done as it relates to NHT. And this is very interesting and this is very serious. So without any delay, let us bring up this document where NHT seals the deal with ISO, right, based on good performance. Now, people, watch this now. And this is going to show the Jamaican people how Andrew Holness manipulating these institutions, right, to speak good of his performance, where and while we know it is the opposite. Here it is. The National Housing Trust is now ISO 9001-2015 certified. The International Organization for Standardization ISO certification, which is the most global recognized standard for quality management. I want to listen to keenly, people. Established that NHT has demonstrated a commitment to continuously developing, maintaining, and improving its business process. A symbolic presentation of the certificate was made to the Honorable Andrew Holness by Dr. Lane Maria Oakley Williams, Senior General Manager for National Housing Trust Customer Relation Management Division and at handing over ceremony for Rutvem. The stringent certification process, which took place over an 18-month period, focused on measuring and comparing the NHT business performance to the appropriate quality standard and how well the NHT met customer expectations and delivered on customers' satisfaction. Let us show that that is a lie, right? So we're only showing how Andrew Holness using his influence, right, for these companies, right, to manipulate their report, telling lie about their performances. The truth of the matter, to show you that NHT, right, is a careless failure, let me show you the evidence that go contrary to what I had just shown. Now let us lift up this. NHT under Auditor General microscope. They have been under the microscope of the Auditor General. Now remember that document that I just highlighted is telling you how, right, they are competent and they are this and they are that. Now this is July 10, 25, you know. Going against that document, who is speaking of their high competence, right? And that they are that NHT, that in all the I's and that in all the T's in terms of good performance. But no, this is what the NHT and the Auditor General microscope. Listen now, people. 10 years after the Auditor General Department conducted a performance audit to determine the level of due diligence undertaken by National Housing Trust prior to the decision on investment and land acquisition for housing solutions. The department is revisiting the issue to provide a progress update and recommendations from the prior auditor. Now, watch this now, people. In its performance audit a decade ago, Auditor General Pamela Monroe Ellis made recommendations geared towards improvement in strategic investment planning and risk management, transparency and accountability, and effective governance and oversight. Remember the document that I showed before this is telling you that NHT had met all these criteria and look good as it relates to Andrew Holness. You understand? Try to manipulate, right, these systems of report. You understand? To tell a lie to make him look good. But the Auditor General is saying something different. When you listen to this now, people, the new audit will assess the economy, efficiency, and effectiveness of NHT housing programs by determining whether due diligence was exercised in land acquisition as well as developer selection aligned with procurement guidelines and policy standard. It will also evaluate if housing developments were completed on time and within budget with proper monitoring, and whether the program effectively met contributors' needs. Right? Now she already know the answers to those. Remember the document that I show is talking about customer satisfaction. So I'm only showing you the evidence of what Andrew Holness is doing with this report, just like what he did with PIOJ. You understand, where he came out speaking that corruption, right, moved from 18% to 9%. This is what they are doing. Now, National Strategy 15.5 of Jamaica Vision 2030 National Development Plan is to ensure safe, sanitary, and affordable shelter for all. The strategy proposed that by the year 2030, every Jamaican will be living in a well-constructed dwelling unit that is safe, sanitary, and affordable, and in an inclusive and aesthetically pleasing community. This aligns with Sustainable Development Goal Target 11.1, which aims to ensure access to safe, adequate, and affordable housing for all by 2030. Now, let me show you the corruption now. Let me show you the corruption now. You know, watch this now, people. I'm going to show the evidence set. NHT is not doing that. Right? NHT is acting contrary. No, but now you have seen that they came out with a report saying their performance and customer satisfaction. Let us show the evidence. And Me know say Pamela Monroe, you understand, already know say they're in a mess. Now watch this now, people. Here's the evidence. Editorial, NHC must explain what they must explain. Look at this now, people. The larger question of the National Housing Trust is not about non-disclosure agreement, right, and its settlement with DEXIM Limited, from which it is attempting to recoup 750 million, 650 million. Neither is it of the NHC's scramble to undo the NDA. What the trust must urgently answer is what, in the first place, possessed it to enter the DEXIM deal, and whether the contract was sanctioned by its board. It has already said that the office of the Prime Minister and Prime Minister Andrew Holness himself were not aware of the arrangement. When you hear them lie there, in well aware of the arrangement with DEXIM. As a matter of fact, people want Andrew Holness in Parliament not to get in any contract with DEXIM. And here, Professor, this is what he said. This is what he said, right? It has already said that the office of the Prime Minister and Prime Minister Andrew Holness himself were not aware of the arrangement. Cannot fly. When people in Parliament and the members of Parliament want Andrew Holness not to get into the deal with DEXIM, for a while there may be good and compelling reasons for the deal, right? They are not, at least from the perspective of business orthodoxy, immediately apparent to ordinary folk, hence the need for the explanation. The NHC is an important, successful, and in some respect unique institution in Jamaica. Its primary function is to expand shelter of citizens. It doesn't this mainly through the provision of below market rate mortgages to its beneficiaries, which they may mix with borrowing from private institutions to buy homes. The NHC sometimes agrees to the pre-construction purchase of homes from developers, which allows it an inventory of properties for its borrowers, thus easing their need to tussle in the more competitive open market, right? The NHC get most of its cash from a 5% payroll tax, right? 3% paid by employers and 2% paid by employees, who get back 1 year payment every 7 years with a nominal interest. In the financial year ending March 2022, the NHC spent 46.5 billion on its housing program, or 5 billion more that it collected from the contributors that year. So let us argue on the situation. There were a lot of NHC contributors, my people, who had contributed to NHC and not getting any benefit from NHC. We have seen now where Andrew Holness, as it relates to the DEXIM deal, right, went into deal with DEXIM and give DEXIM contributors money, $650 million to build homes. Today, there is no home bill. And today, we don't know what happened to the money. You understand? Andrew Holness is claiming that the money paid back. We have no evidence of this money paid back. And so then, worse than that now, worse than that, to show that NHC now is totally culpable, right? NHC director allow Andrew Holness and Nigel Clark to take NHC money, head tax money, and other money to put into SSL. To put into SSL. And so then, on that earth, right, where NHC now running out with a report about good performance and all of that, right, where bandulism from Andrew Holness, right, and Nigel Clark taking NHC money to put into SSL. SSL now gone with NHC money. And we are DEXIM $650 million of investors' money, contributors' money, right? Where they are not, many of the contributors are not getting any home. Now, let me go to melting pot. How do you slice this melting pot?
Boy, I have to slice it away that me know my father. Yeah. the late great Sir Joshua Michael Manley, a grieve and a turn in him grave for what Andrew Holness do with him project. Yeah? Me know that for a fact. You understand? Andrew Holness go around NHT, you know. After I make a outburst for Mama P with her one-half withdrawal, you know, for sure up the budget, you know. And what Andrew Holness do, you know, Andrew Holness become a plague for NHT. And him ravish NHT in a way that him use outside intervention. Yeah? This guy addicts him. You understand? And many more private investors when bring round the man project, you know. Manley project, you know. Where we know the NHT, how them formulate them thing from day one was to identify land and build affordable houses for NHT contributor. Right? And once you qualify, you submit your application, you pick up your key, you get your house. You understand? What hard in the process there to continue on its merry pathway? Nasty and Holness go and mash up the thing with corruption. Yeah. Because I use places like Planning Institute of Jamaica, you know. Yeah. To come give wrong numbers. Yeah. And we know that. Yeah, because we know all of the players them, you know. Not feel like we don't know. No. Planning Institute of Jamaica, you always have put out something to shore up Andrew Holness in incompetence. You understand? And you have to stop it. Because reputable civil servant is supposed to uphold on the standard, you know. And make on the agency have some form of credibility about it. But instead, what we do, we not buy into corruption because we love when Andrew rub the butter pan on the mouth and grease it up. You understand? But we realize that taxpayer, Andrew has the money, you know. The money that Andrew have a splash round, a thief in thief taxpayers. We see him one farm a part of the tax collection. You understand? So we just have a one man a thief everybody. And we join force with him. But all right, we can move further down in the NHT debacle right now. Where we are look upon Auditor General. You see, Pamela Monroe Ellis, that woman must be credited for the dynamic service what she do. Because she alone look like she have some, you know, credibility about her and she remain professional, true to her description. You understand? So she's the Auditor General. She go and she audit. Whatever she find, she put it out there. I don't have a problem with that, you know. That is showing me real sign of work.
Yes.
She deserves praise. And she should have get 200% raise because she a work. While Andrew jerk down the country with corruption. You see what I say?
Definitely.
Some of the Jamaican people want to understand when we are project them type of information to you know. We project them with passion because we have the real facts. That's why we can dissect it to the T. You understand? So we want to understand where we are come from. We are come from a base of investigation, journalism work. We not do blogging like Big Nasty Thinking, Trapper John and the rest of them. We do research and we come our project. And we show no we are going in front of our eye. Because Andrew draw a hole over our eye, you know, we're blind on it, you know. And we want to open up the eye. You understand? Yeah, man. I want the first sense for baby accomplish, you know. Is sight. Open our eyes, man, and see we are going to the country, man. Now one man not supposed to just have the thing a run like that. But yet still we not suffer, you know. We not suffer, we don't even have job. We don't have basic amenity in and around on the surrounding. We don't still live in a squalor most of you, but we not support a criminal. The man have land acquisition, yeah, where the Auditor General want to know about. Where in a NHT corresponding document, it now show where it fair show. So
Exactly.
Auditor General find that with discrepancy. You have the 650 million from Dexim. I don't know why Andrew Holness going to that deal. Because Andrew was warned about this individual. But this individual, Andrew, bring him in our game.
Yeah.
When people are one Andrew stake player that I'm eye roller. Dexim can't show up him head without Andrew have some far input in it. Andrew run the place, you know. Andrew run the place. Andrew makes Seaga look like garbage with the one dance syndrome. And Andrew the Dana run the place with corruption in Jamaica. You understand? So him attack say not know about the deal. Lie. Lie. But when the man them come, you know, with them hanky-panky thing, you know, and talk about them get international accreditation in an organization and strategization. I lie that again, that is another PR.
You're right.
Because them have to project them corruption like that, you know. Then if something certified and ratified with such accreditation from international, you know, people, they don't want to find on themselves in this predicament just after. What's going on?
Exactly.
Eh? What I do? Wanna fraud the international organization them? Like how Vaz a fraud America and I talk about the Metropolitan Transport them sign up on them thing in terms of the fitness of the vehicle. Nasty thinking Dutch Vaz. You lie that again. Because we there have to tell the people them on a lie. You understand? So we look on all them things there. Yeah. Them can't satisfy the Integrity Commission as to why them have this guy Dexim round them and you know going forward. So we look on all type of garbage. Because the minute NHT come under the microscope of the Auditor General, you know say something fishy are going around there. It a run just like SSL. Because remember, a portion of NHT money in a SSL when I come back, you know. 650 million to Dexim when I come back, you know.
God.
And many more. Made a pain me when me a call out the figures them to you. Call my own gone, you know. Because I used to be a contributor down there. Me not get no house. Never. I mean, I get nothing from them. And I years of service. And it gone. So them have my money, so me have to be a concern. Patriotic Jamaican. You understand? How we have to them thing are wrong. Because here is up my poor people, you know. When the man them come tell them about 2030 vision first world. So we are look on zinc fence supposed to abolish. We are look on dirt lane supposed to have asphalt and sidewalk. We are look on clean environment and you know recreational facility with garden and nice manicure lawn and all these things. We are look on some million fair go up. We are look on waterfront down at Victoria to supposed to you know I'll get some transformation and some yatta park up there. So we are look on downtown Kingston supposed to clean. Because that's the capital, you know. But the capital run down man under Bushwash administration and Andrew Holness and Feder. The whole of them plunge the city into a sore big pile up of garbage and sewage water and you know the place just look horrible. But yet still taxpayers pay a heavy price in Jamaica. Because me can tell you this, nowhere in a CARICOM people not pay tax like Jamaicans, you know. Let me tell you something. Up to 1 cat man, the man them go off, you know. The man them leave no stone unturned when it comes to taxing the living hell out of the Jamaican them. You understand? Because the man them do have no farmer infrastructure development going forward. Nothing to do with agriculture, them no want to know nothing about that, them rather import. Yeah? Them not bring in no manufacturer to come to Jamaica to come open up factories. Not like that now go on, you know. And if you try little hustling, them mash you up, them chop up your raft, them do all type of thing, them mash up on the stall, them are plaguing on the life. At time when you wake up and realize where we sitting at that seat at night time, I try to teach you know. Say corruption can't enhance your life. But corruption do it damage you know. Damage you know, to an extent where you dead people have to pick up collection for bury you know. And at the same man, them have the undertaker empire run out there and the pathologist thing are going out there. Them alone have it, you know. You know, see where I go on? You know, see, so trap. You know, trap, you know, under Andrew Holness administration, you know. But now give this guy credence and I run behind him like you know, some mangy dog. Stop for Andrew Holness, man. If a man a lead me for 9.5 years and I can't see the end of the, you know, the tunnel, me have to turn back, you know. I stop abruptly, you know. Me have to draw a line and say enough is enough. Me done yet, so I yield back the floor to another member of the panel.
All right, Sister Pinks, right on whistle. Yes, my sister.
Yeah, man. When you think of all the account holders, including both, who were at SSL,
Yes.
and how for months or years they were given fraudulent information
Yes.
about their accounts
Yeah.
until that dolly house came tumbling down. Simply because people start to ask questions about their money and how they can get their money when they want their money. Now we look at this scam again, where Andrew arranged for international entity to come and give us certification to our NHT.
Is it?
After after the Auditor General can say that for 10 years NHT was never audited. Just like how you have the Ministry of Health has never been audited for 10 years, it's the same thing happened over NHT. So how can you say something is doing well when it was never audited? That
That's
is the first lie, Andrew Holness. First lie from outer hell.
oh my
And
goodness.
the last time we spoke on the housing and energy issue, I said Andrew purposely put in two extra hurdles for the contributors just to make it harder for them to accomplish a house. How can you take up Dextrin, right? And NHT was to buy back 200 of the units after they build them for $12.5 million each. So
Yes.
why is it the contributor had to go through another company to buy the house? Why NHT could not sell back each contributor, each unit for $12.5 million? I asked the question last time we spoke about NHT. NHT is like a wholesale. I will make this point, a wholesale. Michael Manley created the system to make it be a wholesale delivery. So each unit is supposed to call a minimum cost to the contributor. When you have
Yes.
to take up two extra middlemen, a bank and a developer, it makes it harder because they want a profit.
And the mortgage more expensive for the
And the mortgage more expensive for the contributor. And that's
yes.
exactly what Andrew has done in the 9 years he has been here. He has made our lives harder. He
It
has
is.
his foot on our necks and we cannot breathe. And then you have the audacity to call anybody scammer, and then your little Colonel Charles, little bulldog, Terry bulldog, come out running out of calling our clean hands and clean heart current leader a scammer.
Crazy.
No,
Out
who
of
is the
order.
scammer, Colonel Charles? None of current leaders, businesses has ever been caught up in a scandal.
Never.
Never.
None of his banks, none of his investment companies, none. Everybody has delivered on time. Everything has been delivered. Nobody has ever complained. Why is it in National Commercial Bank so many complaints, so many scams, so many managers taking out money? This and that happening over there. Money washing over there, laundromat, right? When you look at SSL, Another corner shop scam.
It's crazy.
You understand me? NHT, a scam again. You bring your two friend them, your NCB bank and your developer friends to come in and rob the people. You don't want any Jamaica to have a house over their head. When you look at rents right now, when a young person leave their parents' house and have to pay rents of over anywhere between $35,000 to $45,000 for a single studio right now, unfurnished in Jamaica right now. And if they're earning minimum wage, can they afford that? And then you have the audacity and your owners to talk about, oh, if one contributor can't afford a house, three persons can come together. In Jamaica, a lot of people can't even everybody have a neighbor that they don't get along with. So just imagine you living in your house under the same roof with a neighbor that you can't get along with. Andrew.
Crazy. Crazy.
Sometimes people even live in apartment buildings and they don't even get along with each other. Somebody upstairs don't like the person downstairs. Somebody don't like the person across the corridor. And people want their personal space and their privacy in their own home to raise their children how they want to raise their children. To put their own rules in and regulations in their under their own roofs. And you're telling people 2-bedroom units, 3 persons can contribute. So a brother and sister and a cousin who don't get along, and then they must raise their children, and it cause one chaos under the same roof. One sister say she wants her children to be Christians. The other one say, brother said, no, I want my children to smoke ganja. Listen, this man is one bag of confusion, garbage, and I don't know what. I mean, it's the same way he went to Delaware University and tried to buy a degree, After Huey, he approached Huey, and Huey told him no, because just as Chopper John had to repeat to pass his 2-year course, it's the same way Andrew had to repeat to pass through university too. So this shows that you cannot allow people who have low IQ to control our money. We need somebody like Mark Golin, who finishes 4-year course in a 3-year time period at Oxford University. We need someone like him who understands banking, who understands money, who understands investments. I need a leader like Mark Golin who can teach me how to take 100,000 Jamaican dollars and how to invest it into what companies and what shares. I cannot ask Andrew Holness, and I would tell this to every laborer, you cannot take up your phone or approach Andrew Holness and ask him, how can I turn $100,000 into $1 million? How can I make it expand? How can I make it more? Andrew Holness cannot give anybody any business advice. Andrew Holness cannot give anybody any legal advice because 17 times we took him to court and the 17 times he lost the case.
That's true.
Andrew Holness doesn't even know the laws of this country and he keeps breaking them over and over again and throwing the Constitution in our faces. Every week there is about 3 scandals on average coming from the Jamaica Labour Party. I heard a comrade went on a stage recently and said that one of his friends overseas said when he Googles PNP, he sees all our meetings and all our gatherings and all our things happening. And when he Googles JLP, he sees all scandals. And when you think of Daryl Vaz, who was once in charge of something to do with environment, and he made the rules and he pushed through these laws about single-use plastic bags and all this stuff and environment and blah blah blah, and you want to bring back what buses, 110 of them to what? Let our children die. So children must wear gas masks in these vehicles.
Yes. It's crazy.
Are you going to provide the gas mask for these vehicles, for the children and the driver?
All right.
Listen, and not to mention the people along the roadside. These buses are driving past. So you're going to buy a gas mask give everybody? Listen to me. This government makes no sense.
Makes
It
no sense.
makes no sense. Makes no sense. And again, I'm asking, where's the fraud squad? Because here it is again, a blatant fraud. A company like NHT that has never been audited for 10 years straight. Andrew owners come out and say that they have been certified by an overseas entity.
Fraud.
May that make sense?
Right.
May that make sense to us? And if Deximco is willing to sell back one unit for $12.5 million, I'll ask the question again, Andrew owners, why is it a contributor cannot get a unit for that same price? May that make sense to us? And I yield the floor to you, Uncle Byron.
Because I mean, NHT under that circumstances has not been audited for over 10 years, as according to Pamela Monroe. But here, Andrew Holness came out with international audit, so-called, that NHT is, dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's based on performance, and they're doing good and excellent, and to make Andrew Holness look good. Come on, you understand? It's the very same thing that being taking place with the PIOJ, the Planning Institute of Jamaica, where he came out and talking about poverty reduced from 18% to 9%. Just lie. These are lies, right? No, but let us get more active now, right, in dealing with some issues, because we are going to take on some GLP fish brain supporter. I mean, no, say melting pot, right? You go hammer them. We know say pinks, right? You go sharpen up the whip. You understand? Because I know you're going to put on the whip on them spins. Now, I could get into some Jamaica Labour Party fish brain supporter, some things what them plan as if to say that, okay, they were a part of, I want to listen to these people, because I don't want to speak, you understand, and preempt anything. But listen to this TikTok person here. Listen to these people. We have to laugh at this. Listen to this. Fish brain.
Hey guys. So McCall. Place I get very cool. Jamaica here I come because it's very too cool. But anyways, the question has been asked of me recently, why me switch? So people start to find out based on me being on social media and talking with some vloggers that I was once a PMP. So everybody now asks the question, why you switch? PMP asked me, Labor Writer asked me. So I'm going to tell everybody why I switch. So I was once PMP because I come from a PMP home, mother side, father side. Me a PMP because everybody for me a PMP. That was my reason. And I didn't necessarily know what I was voting for. I didn't understand what I was voting for. And then about 2 elections ago, it just came to a point where I said to myself, no, this is crazy. I love the Labour Party. I love the people that are in the Labour Party. All my friends are Labour rights. My partner, everybody, every man I talk to are Labour rights. So, I wanted to know, I wanted to dig deeper into what the JLP party was about. And I did my research. And I came to find out, in my opinion, at the time, I didn't like how the older heads in the party. I blamed the older heads in the JLP party for the PMP running the country for 18 years.
Wow.
I felt as if it was their fault. I felt as if they were not doing something right. But then after doing my research, I come to realize that it's a corruption of the PMP party.
Wow.
You'd have to do your own research, but I'm telling you, it's a lot. It's a lot that the PNP has put people through. And I realized that they were the problem. And then I said, you know what? Let me give the Jamaica Labour Party a try. And I did.
Take the speech brain away.
I voted for them. 4 years later, the country is doing so much better. This is 2020. The country is doing so much better. The progress is amazing. We see the country going in the right direction, and I love the decision that I made. So I decided that I'm going to go public with my decision, which I did. Because the first time I voted for JLP, I didn't make it public. A few persons knew that I was going to do it.
All right, take her out.
Most people didn't. But the second time,
right? Because obviously she's one of the yellow school bus that been imported. So let us move on to the next yellow school bus. We just show two of the yellow school bus that imported in the country illegally. Go to the next yellow school bus. Play the next yellow school bus. So it's a planted narrative for these GLP operatives come out and tell the same narrative. We don't listen to it, people.
Big man thing, I don't know how to feel if Andrew will lose the next election, I'm gonna be honest. Because growing up, me a Gilbert baby, so I'm kind of there a good look a while now and experience both parties running the country. And I'm not gonna lie, Andrew has done so much for Jamaica in the short span that he has been Prime Minister than the 18-year or how much years PNP did around the country. As I tell you now, I used to follow politics, but I stopped because I realized the tricks behind it. And what I am here for is every election season, the benefits that come from it. Well, now, a lot of you are saying that a PNP this and a JLP that. What you need to do in this election time is to sit and listen. I know that some persons are not that versed as it relates to logic thinking or critical thinking, but it's best that you try to sit and listen and understand both parties and see what you will benefit from either of them winning. So far, based on the direction that the country is going, it is in a good standing right now. And I want to take
away.
the progress so we have.
So, people, I remember the 3 yellow bus that we do the investigation on. So I could play the last of the 3 yellow bus. Let us play the last of the 3 yellow bus. Because, you know, 2010, the man. 2010 yellow bus. So we could play the last of the 3 yellow buses. Last of the 3 yellow buses.
Here to celebrate the backbone who stood proudly behind Edward Philip George Seaga, the backbone who stood proudly behind Orette Bruce Golding, and to celebrate the backbone who stood proudly behind Dr. Andrew Michael Holness. I am proud to stand here today and salute all of you, those who have fought for this party, the greatest party. We honor a generation that held this party together when times were hard, a generation that believed in Jamaica even when the future was uncertain. What was just a dream is now becoming a reality as we enter the golden age of Jamaica, because you never gave up. I want to thank you for your service to Jamaica as we continue.
So Jamaica, I presented the first 2011 yellow buses. This one that we listen to is the 2010 yellow bus. That are the last one, the 2010. Now, I would just wish that them 3 yellow buses here really now pay attention to this, what we are going to show them. And we are asking them to show us any corruption of the People's National Party within the last 18 years, as they so called. So let us bring out the evidence here and ask them 3 yellow buses there, right, to dispute what we are going to show. Let us show the yellow buses them this.
No spin, no cover-ups, just the truth. This is Jamaica in Focus, bringing you the facts, exposing the lies, because Jamaica deserves answers.
Wagwan, Jamaica. Marcus here with another episode of Jamaica in Focus. Today, we're diving into an eye-opening article from the Jamaica Observer titled, Taking Corruption to Another Level. This article exposes a troubling history of corruption within the Jamaica Labour Party spanning decades. But here's the thing. The article stops at 1990. So we did what we always do. We went deeper. And what we found was a disturbing pattern that stretches from the 1950s straight to 2025. Let's rewind the tape. In 1951, Josie Malcolm, JLP, Minister of Education, sentenced to 12 months at hard labor for defrauding constituents. 1954, L.L. Simmons, convicted under the Official Secrets Act. 1965, Arthur Burt fled the island just before facing a commission investigating school construction corruption. 1990, Jag Smith, former labor minister, jailed for stealing $70,000 from farm workers' savings. Our review shows this wasn't isolated, it's systemic. Now, fast forward to the present. In 2018, Petro Jam. Millions vanished. Former chairman Dr. Percival Bahado Singh was charged after submitting false claims. General Manager Floyd Grindley was also named in the audits over questionable contracts and spending. 2019, CMU. Nearly $50 million misused. Former Education Minister Ruel Reid, his wife and daughter, along with CMU President Fritz Pinnock, were all charged with fraud and corruption. What happened to those charges? 2020, NESOL. Former engineer Lawrence Pommels was convicted after millions were paid out with no contracts in place. 2023, Marissa Dalrymple Philibert, former House Speaker, charged for filing false statutory declarations. 2024, Leslie Campbell, ex-MP, found guilty for failing to comply with the Integrity Commission's disclosure request. 2023, the Integrity Commission flagged potential conflicts of interest involving the Prime Minister. No charges laid yet, but laws were clearly bypassed. Our review shows the Commission couldn't certify his declarations from 2019 to 2022, citing undeclared accounts and shady company links. They referred the case to the FID and TAJ. But instead of cooperating, the Prime Minister launched a judicial review. He tried to strike down Section 14, subsection 5 of the Corruption Prevention Act, the very clause that deals with illicit enrichment. He argued it unfairly shifts the burden of proof to him, but the court said no. They refused to compel the commission to certify him, though they allowed him to challenge the findings. And now he's heading into another election, with his declaration still uncertified. Different faces, same party, same script. From Joe Malcolm to NESOL, from 1951 to now, the pattern is clear. Corruption thrives when leaders feel untouchable, and the people stay silent. So, Jamaica? What now? We've shown you the receipts across 7 decades. We've asked the hard questions. Where's the justice? Where's the accountability? They've tried to dodge the courts, the press, and sometimes even the truth. But the one thing they can't dodge is you. Every dollar stolen is a clinic not built, a child left behind.
All right. So let us show the old 3 yellow school buses with them diesel engine, right? That emitting bad gas, spoiling the atmosphere. Let us show and zero in on their Prime Minister that they call, like they honor him. Let us show what they are honor, that what they are honoring about him. Let us show this.
Man must build his castle. Every poor man must build him big house.
He became Jamaica's newest prime minister despite controversy about his big house.
Join us in a partnership for prosperity.
We uncover a trail of property purchases and ask, is Andrew Holness paying his part?
Is that why you didn't pay the property taxes on the home?
What the prime minister didn't want you to know before the election. And later, Holness sounds the warning on corruption to his new cabinet.
Corruption will not be tolerated in this government.
But does his own record raise questions when it comes to awarding public contracts?
When each side is in government, there are uncomfortable levels of awarding of contracts to persons who are either political supporters, campaign financiers, or other connected parties.
We reveal how Holness signed off on taxpayer money for a contract to his associates. On this episode of 18 Degrees North. I'm Zara Burton, and welcome to 18 Degrees North. It's from right here in Kingston, Jamaica, 18 degrees north of the equator, where every week we're going to take you on a global journey with us as we focus on Caribbean stories that have global impact. We begin our show with Jamaica's newest Prime Minister, Andrew Holness. During the 2016 general elections, his house became front and center. The public, and perhaps more so the ruling People's National Party, they wanted to know why a St. Lucian company owned his house and where he got the money, since news reports had put its value at about $2 million, a figure Holness has not confirmed. After all, Holness had been a politician most of his professional life, didn't come from money, and his salary at the time was just over $60,000 each year, not counting allowances. Holness answered several of the questions asked, but we at 18 Degrees North had others. What we found was an interesting series of property purchases and an uneven playing field when it comes to personal tax matters. It also shed light on the relationship between Jamaican politicians and their associates in the awarding of public contracts. We're staying right here in Jamaica at 18 degrees north and 77 degrees west.
The Labour Party believe that every poor man must build his castle. Every poor man must build him big house. And we not grudge of it. We are going to help you to achieve that. That is why we say education be free, health be free, and we must make the place secure so you can live and enjoy yourself.
This is the house, built on 3/4 of an acre, complete with stone-cut wall, in the exclusive Beverly Hills neighborhood just outside Kingston. It's a huge upgrade from where Jamaica's newest prime minister and then opposition leader, Andrew Holness, says he was born.
I was born in a 2-bedroom board house at 56 Cumberland Road in a Spanish town. My father is still a farmer and my mother is a retired civil servant.
Property records showed the Beverly Hills land was purchased by St. Lucian-based company ADMAT Incorporated for $300,000 in 2011, 3 months before Holness became Prime Minister of Jamaica for the first time, and when he was Minister of Education. There's no mortgage listed. In a statement, Holness says he's a sole director of ADMAT and a shareholder, along with his 2 sons, Adam and Matthew. Holness says he got the money from funds in his accounts at 2 of Jamaica's investment banks and used his savings, salary, loans, and credit from suppliers established through his wife, who is a real estate developer, to build the house, costing him approximately $52 million, or around $525,000 US. He says the St. Lucian structure was used for estate planning. His attorney, Patrick Bailey, says there's that and the additional potential benefit of avoiding transfer taxes.
If the house at Beverly Hills is the only asset and he was selling it, he would simply sell the company, sell the shares. The company would have its shareholding transferred from him and his children to the new purchasers, whereas the title would remain unchanged because the new purchaser will be the owners of ADMAT and be the owners of the property. So in that case, there's no transfer from one entity to another. So you save on transfer tax and stamp duties and those sorts of things.
Civil society activist Carol Narcisse says the leader of the country shouldn't be trying to avoid taxes.
Especially if you're a prime minister and you're telling your citizens that they need to conform to the regulatory environment that you have designed, that you do not think you can adhere to, because it is inimical to your interest to adhere to it, or inimical to the interest of your children's future to adhere to it, then there is a major, there's a major inconsistency there that you need to explain.
Join us in a partnership for prosperity. Let's change Jamaica for the better. Choose prosperity.
Does he own other entities in there, in ADMAT?
In ADMAT?
Yeah.
I think he has at least one other property in ADMAT.
And where is that?
That is in somewhere in the Arcadia area. Right.
And that's considered land or also?
No, it's an apartment. Actually, he's now in the process of selling that unit. He owes suppliers, because suppliers gave him credit for the house he's building in Beverly Hills.
And source of funds for that was what?
That one, I can't recall all of those details. But I seem to remember that he has always used the house that house that he lives in and get loans and that sort of thing.
We checked the title for the property where Bailey says both Holness and his wife lived at the time of our interview and found no additional loans or mortgages other than those originally taken out in 2002 when they bought the house for $7 million Jamaican dollars, around $144,000 US back then.
So you were satisfied then with the source of the funds in both cases?
Oh, absolutely. He saved in US stocks and amongst his portfolio. So he was saving, because these are savings.
Is that savings from him alone or him and his wife?
I don't know that level of personal detail. That would be. Yeah, I don't know that level
of what you know. Is there any evidence?
I know of nothing. I've known nothing else that he owns in relation to ADMAT. Okay. He currently owns rather.
We checked the title for the Acadia property and found that it was indeed purchased by the same St. Lucian company, ADMAT Incorporated, in 2008, again when Holness was Minister of Education. The price tag, 16 million Jamaican dollars, around 219,000 US back then, and again, no mortgage was listed. Further, we also checked whether ADMAT owned additional properties and found one more. A half-acre lot, also built in Beverly Hills on Wycliffe Close in February 2009, also when Holness was Minister of Education, price tag, around 15 million Jamaican dollars, almost 173,000 US dollars, and again, no mortgage listed.
So you've never heard of this Wycliffe Close property before today?
Let me put it this way. I have never handled, and when I look at the transfer, I see the names of lawyers who I know. And he's entitled to have more than one lawyer. We all have to eat.
So all told, when it comes to properties, there's the Great House Boulevard home that Holness and his wife bought with a mortgage while Holness was a mere member of parliament. And in the 4 years he was Minister of Education, earning the equivalent of around 60,000 US dollars per year or 90,000 with allowances, there was the Arcadia apartment, no mortgage listed. The land at Wycliffe Close in Beverly Hills, no mortgage listed. The land for the Shenstone Beverly Hills house he's building, no mortgage listed. And around 525,000 US dollars spent building the house in the 3 years after Holness's Jamaica Labour Party lost the election in 2011. Holness, through a member of his team, said he wouldn't comment on the source of funds for any of his properties before the election.
So when them three old dated 2011 and 2010 yellow buses say they are proud of Andrew Holness because Andrew Holness is a honorable person. Now you can see that those three yellow buses indulge in corruption. When you look and see that Andrew Holness was able to purchase more than 5 properties, an investigation, deep dive investigation established that there is not one mortgage listed. Where did Andrew Holness get the money from when Andrew Holness paid for the year was only $6 million? And Andrew Holness was able to purchase over 5 properties through ADMAT. And then you see the reason why Patrick Bailey cannot be arrested as it relates to Jermaine killing, because he bought broad like chop shutter. And Andrew Holness cannot touch Patrick Bailey because Patrick Bailey make Andrew Holness rich. Want to see the drift? See the drift now? So then when I look and see them 3 old buses there, oh, they are the yachted GLP. Don't mix up on yourself with PNP. I'm talking about I was a PNP. My entire family was People's National Party, and somehow when I look on the history, I managed to change my mind because I see where the People's National Party was very corrupted and a lot of corruption and all the talk. She can't name one corruption. You see how much corruption me name out? You see how much corruption, so then you blind. You know what you name now? You know what trend name? Nasty, can't see, I don't want to see. What me say that name? Nasty, can't see, I don't want to see. So the nasty the corruption of Andrew Holness. Them the want see the corruption of Andrew Holness, and then can't see the corruption of Andrew Holness. That's in part take it away.
Boy, me like your narrative, but me have one too. Them ya lazy party blogger, JLP. Jamaica lazy party blogger. You know, so them lay down in a bed, a blog.
Let's scam them, man.
Them lay down in a bed, a blog.
A scam them.
A scam them, yeah. And them ya 3 whole broke down, done out bus. All before them young. Especially the muggle them were 2011, them two there. All before them young. Cause when you look at them, them are talking about some period of time where you know them are lie.
Yeah.
Them are lie. You understand? So this just goes to show you everybody Andrew get around him a garbage. Them are 2 lazy party blogger. Them lay down in a better blog. Yeah, nobody no want soon a better blogger tell lie, man. For go, man. Una garbage. Una worse Andrew, cause una about the corruption. But una so, look at the age. You have so much head on where life is concerned. I want to allow yourself to get drawn into a plethora of corruption. You understand? And then coming out and I tell lie and I make yourself look like some garbage and some dunce. Because remember, when you can't come out of cyberspace again, Same time people want to know who no is. Them can't just drown it down and look pound at some nasty garbage, lazy blogger. We don't need to get up out of the bed and sit properly like we were doing investigative journalists. Look at Pink Skew. You see how she project herself? Yeah, she not lying down and telling lies. Spewing corruption out of her mouth, chatting shit and don't have no form of knowledge of what you're talking about. How much did you get paid from Andrew to do that? Because it's taxpayers' money you're wasting. You understand? Yeah, and as it come now to the 2011 muggle. No, I mean the 2010 muggle. Now this muggle is a muggle where me have cast a concern with a muggle, Because me I go mirror two fascists of this model. You understand? One, when she was an athlete. Two, as a parliamentarian. Now I know when she was an athlete, she have to remain squeaky clean. Squeaky clean, people. She cannot be on drugs because there was rigorous testing going at the time with athletes outside of US. I'm quite sure of that. Yeah, I know athletes within the United States used to get away with hanky panky. But when it comes to athletes outside the US, you have to be squeaky clean. No, I can tell you that Merlin is so ashamed of Juliet big stinking foot Cuthbert Flynn. Hot lead foot. Yeah. One will smell bad too, you know, people. Yeah, you have to use all hashes to keep down for your scent and Jace on top of it. You understand? No. How can you as an athlete, yeah, go through the system and know what it means to project hard work and discipline, and you know you have to make yourself clean at all time in fear of out of season competition test. But no, you're going to politics. What you do? You do corruption. You do the opposite. Yeah, you're not clean. You're not clean now. You become a politician when you are now representing Jamaican, when you should be clean within yourself, clean hands and clean heart. You are now drawn into this politics pool of corruption where you're Andrew and the whole owner swimming in it. Eh? And you want to come talk to me and tell about Andrew Wallace. You can't tell me nothing about Andrew Wallace. You understand? And you can't tell me nothing because we know who you is. You're a sellout to the fans them who used to cheer for you and acclaim you as one of our own. We have to reject you because you're garbage. You lied too much. And you're not getting anywhere. We look at your age. Yeah, just look at your age. I don't even want to touch the other half, because we look upon him as a little grandson of yours, But you understand. That will just show you where your headspace there, You want to use your age now and project yourself to be a younger individual. You're supposed to have some remorse about you. You're supposed to have some care, some empathy, sympathy, and all this goodness about you. You understand? Instead, you are the opposite. You don't even know a young mother that is underage from a mother that is of age. You carry all basket for girl, baby where should I investigate or she get pregnant. You know, fit for the job, nastiness. So we know anything will come out of your mouth a lie. Because we hear you disrespect people when it comes to all road and water, You understand? So you have no representation for the people them up at Cavaliers and Bovrak and them place there. Them to get rid of you. You understand? And we know you give us them support you and chat about garbage in favor of your appointment to the space. You understand? But we discredit you because we find out say all you do, is come out and you're back Andrew Wallace corruption. But your Andrew Wallace corruption link now. You can't imagine a man. Yeah. Him buy a great estate in a 2002. All right. Boop bap. Yeah. Never cost nothing much. Yeah. But watch this. When my Minister of Education, Minister of Education, you see how much property him acquire during that time. Him acquire Arcadian apartment. Him have a half-acre land. Yeah. And him have him big mansion. You understand? Wakefield Estate, him have a half-acre land, And him have a big mansion. And when you look upon them, you have no normal money them you see in front of me. Andrew wages can't give him that.
No.
When you look, you say Andrew buy all house through a company in St. Lucia. You understand? And I know a lot of us look at it as tax evasion. But it beyond tax evasion,
True.
The Andrew do my hide investigation. Investigation in my
It's in the
eyes.
nail on the head.
Not tax evasion. Andrew is a smart chess player, you know. But in the schemes of thing, when you do them type of corruption as like money laundering, the critics them tell you some 6 steps you have to make before you get exposed. And Andrew make the step them already and we expose him. He can't go no further, you know. Because I remember, you know, in the interview with Zara Burton and him liar, you know. Him liar all a answer before the question been posed to him by Zara Burton. So when I tell you say, him a rubbish the question, him not really up for answer it. You understand? Him a pre-empire. I mean, he's a keen listener, observer, you know. And at that me pick out this so. So you know I hide him a hide thing, you know. Because Andrew said them get, you know, loan. Because him a say Andrew use the first building, you know, for get loan. That's how him know. But then when Zara Burton them do them research, you know, there is no farm alone. None of the things that Andrew buy. Andrew run the money.
Cash
purchase. Andrew run the money. Now Andrew cannot get account for all of this money. And nobody will defend Andrew Holness can get account for Andrew money. So not just as some big, nasty, stupid, cupid idiot. Me can't talk for a man in a certain regard, you know, as it relates to him personal affair, you know. There is no way under any circumstance I can go deep into that. No, these are matters of priorities. And here are some little broke down yellow bus, old yellow school bus. I come put themselves in the spotlight. We are trying to shore up a corrupted leader. There is no way you can take the tainted stain off this nasty corrupt man. Him stain in a corruption. You use all acid that can rub off the corruption off Andrew, you know. This is how bad Andrew is in a corruption. Who look like you know see the man have about 2,000 corruption from him in a politics. Remember this go as far back as him telling lie about him coming to politics with 47 million, you know. And that 47 million would have come from him being working as a charity worker when him leave you with. Because that was the only time we could have tied to that 47 million, that time period. And that virtually impossible for you earn 47 million working as a charitable worker. Impossible. So Andrew has been lying to Jamaican from day one. And that is why I say he's not credible and he's not surface to requirement as our Prime Minister. Because I'm lying from day one. Now, when you look on the scandal, them now, I'm going to read out Andrew scandal. 2018, you have the Petrojam. 2019, you have the CMU. 2020, you have the Nessel. And 2023, onward, you have the whole of them. Illicit enrichment, Dalrymple, Campbell, you name it, Roy Reid, you name it, Andrew Holness, Haglin, Ty, Tongue. The list goes on and on. You understand? And I don't want to take up too much time by calling these nastiness names, but I can't let out thinking bush rat. Because you know, rat or something will stink when them dead in anywhere around you, you know, can't find them, you know. You have to make sure you know, you clean them. You have to search. That scent that will kill you. That is bush rat. You understand? So we are going to name them out. You understand? So when you look on the whole spectrum of Andrew Holness, all you can see harboring around him is corruption. Web of corruption and more corruption. And I yield back the floor to the lioness. Because I know she want to give them the lion paw, you know.
Right away, lioness. Give them the lion paw as what Melting Pot mentioned. Go ahead.
Yeah, yes. The first one you mentioned, you know, Chopper John. Go back to him. The first KLP blogger. Chopper in Jamaican slang means thief. And John is a nickname for latrine.
Yes.
Well,
so you put the two of them together, you get what?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. So the name, he looks like one. He looks like one.
Yes.
Plus, when you look at those women that came out defending Andrew, yes, melting pot. Only a lazy brain people would sit down and endorse because all of them talking, all of them had not said anything that made any sense of anything that's of substance.
Exactly.
Not
No.
they just say corruption. What? Where's it? Where's the evidence? Where's it? We come out here week after week. We can produce receipts. We can produce information. Where is the receipt? Remember, in the first year of the first 3 years, 3 years it took them to run up a bill of $40.8 billion, including the Petrojam, Nessel, the debushing, all of that was $14.8 billion in their first term. And so far in their second term, we cannot give account for 3 trillion,
3 trillion and going onward.
and that includes Chopper John's 24 billion reasons why we can't have a hospital in St. James. So when the thief in Latrin is going to come out and make threats against our PNP voters, try to get some toilet paper and go stuff your mouth.
Flush and
No,
flush.
let us go back to Andrew Holness being a minister of education. His wife was not yet a member of parliament. And what I found disgusting about Andrew is that he put together his 2 sons' names and formed the company in St. Lucia. So from day one, he put his own children in the middle of the corruption.
Yes.
And when you stain your children's name like that, you do not wish them any good or any good future for them in their life. And you look at 5 properties without a mortgage, without a loan, and all his lawyers need to lose their licenses just like how Patrick David has lost his. Because one of the rules of keeping your license as a lawyer, when someone is buying property, you must ask the person to verify where the money comes from to buy the property. Only wealthy people can afford to buy property by cash. Extremely wealthy people like royalty, people rich like Michael Jackson, people rich like Vibes Scott, not rich, wealthy. Because rich, you're still working. Wealthy, the wealthy people do not work. They snap their fingers and things can be done. When you're wealthy, you buy properties by cash like that. And you want to tell me something? You come from what was it? Either a 1 bedroom or was it a 2 bedroom board house? We still don't know.
One
He
out
come
of
from
the
the 2
two.
of them. He's omnipresent. He come from the 2 of them. Omnipresent. Here, there, and everywhere.
Because he lied even about his own upbringing. And where $47 million come from? Unless he stole it from the charity that he was working with. The same way we can assume that the money that he got as a minister of education, his salary, and all the monies that he had access to, somehow, he got access enough money to buy those 5 properties without taking out a loan or a mortgage.
Education.
And this is why it is important to have us know, be informed, be educated, read, update yourself as to what is happening in this country. Because those women did not do any research. Because from 2016 to 2020, $14.8 billion went missing after he bought the properties. Not to mention the 2020 COVID grants he got for this country. And we still don't know what he did with them, but yet he started a company in the middle of COVID. This is the only person I see was so bold enough to go to a university overseas to buy a degree. How can
Yeah.
you be a leader of a country and to go and buy a degree?
Embarrassing.
No, man. And you want us to address you as doctor for a DPL?
But Pinks, you 1 second there. At the Chopper John go get film thing too, you know. Delaware. Don't miss that.
As I said, the,
Embarrassing.
the nickname for Chopper means Steve.
Yes.
Thief.
And John means
Latrine.
latrine. Okay.
Thief in latrine.
Steve in latrine.
Yeah.
So when you look at all of them, they all need to go into a sewer. And I yield the floor to you, Uncle Byron.
All right. And we have in our midst Sister P. Sister P, you're on live. Go ahead, Sister P.
Good night, good night. Big up everybody. Good night, good night.
Blessings,
Big
blessings.
up,
All right.
Sister P. Blessings.
I'll put in my little piece now. Before the show done, I want you, Brother Brian, I want you to play back the clip where you play with Holness and Vaz last night. And before you done the show, you want to play back, show the people it.
Yeah.
I showed some people it today at work. And they have to say, Jesus have mercy. What you say? They say, see, nobody not tell lie. So I show them, I say, look at these people. You believe them, I guess? Why you never hear them tell us them must sue them? They can't sue them, I facts this. These are not wolf, these are facts. And they start to think and I say, well, sitting them.
Exactly.
I want to take this opportunity to talk to our dear, beloved Commissioner of Police, Dennis Strong, and all the persons who affiliate themselves deeply with the Prime Minister. Gentleman and woman, not because the butter are rub by your mouth. You walla unu ago good down with him. I want you to read that article and study it. It's not we say it, it's the DEA and the FBI. You understand?
Yes.
That is a serious thing. Very serious. Yeah. And to you, Mr. Prime Minister, the other day was earthquake, was small earthquake shake between Portland. Listen, sir, are you a walk a broke land about and you go plan make bringing earthquake on people, you know, sir? May I beg you stop it. Stop it. Are you a walk a broke ground everywhere you go, broke ground with a field land and no overland? It is a broke ground, so. And activate up the earthquake then. Please, sir, stop it. Please. And all of the nastiness I come out, you go buy all bus. If you come here to kill off with picnic, and even wait slowly. You no go at St. Thomas, go cut ribbon and open building. And now it come out, say people have to go pay $10.3 million a month. When you take a stock, a private venture, is not the government of Jamaica. Sir, stop it, my brother. All of what you do, it just a blow up in your face. Just do the right thing, no man, and call the election.
Exactly.
And then let the chips lie where it falls.
Exactly.
Ordinary persons commit themselves, them have to go to prison to them time. And let the court decide because everybody is innocent until proven guilty. I was watching that clip with bush rats and slowly I St. Elizabeth. You know, see, arresting is disgrace. You don't even have a 50 good person stand up there. We just don't look like a Alice in a Wonderland. We don't look like Shark and Sand. Eh? We know she said Jamaican people turn from you. There is nothing you can do. Up and north west center. Once Virgin called me saying, Xavier, me and up there give a farmer can up there black with people. So me say, what you do up there? He said, no, pass me a pass. I see code and me answer what them tell me. So me ashamed. Me say, make sure. Because these people only get about 5 to 10 farmer can. So how they can get so much people? And all of a sudden, farmer can run like a water. When it's a few months or a few weeks left in election. I don't know full. Eh? Cliff Hughes. You are a disgrace to your mama, to your papa, to your sibling. And I understand that you have a daughter. You are a disgrace to your daughter. And your daughter pick me, and to yourself and to the country of Jamaica. You, Cliff Hughes, when we grew up, or know when you call something, that's how it goes. What is it that Andrew Holness where boys see you by age? And money you make you frighten you, so that's you the power road. I interview people, ask them who them have vote for, who they not vote for, and this and that. Who don't see Cliff Hughes must know St. Elizabeth, the man, him a vote for Miranda Wellington. Who don't see it? Yeah. Cliff Hughes left out a nationwide campaign. Cliff Hughes and we see there around. You know, as I'm desperate, what is it to not have a hide? Cliff Hughes a all person. When you hear Cliff Hughes program, everybody at kill themselves to go listen to Cliff Hughes program. And look where you come to. Me tell you where you come like. You come like some old beat on match. When nobody don't want. You're a disgrace. You disgrace your own self. Look how you gonna parole gonna have to go about vote. You a politician, sir? Eh? I'm like I tell you no. My God, the God that I serve, not sleeping. You see, any minute, any day, any second, when you call this and this thing turn, our way, Mark Golden way, no for women, no one not going to do, you know, not get no contact, you know. You know, not get no invitation for coming up, come give no speech, now do nothing, you know. We don't want soon, you know. If we are going to one party, one seminar, and yes, we are the speaker, we not go. We don't want soon, because Unu is a part of this country. Demise. Because you don't see the cruelty, you don't see the atrocity what happened to the Jamaican people. And Unu fuck it up because of personal benefit. Cliff Hughes, you know, look good. Jamaican, you know, look good, not more, you know, good. Cliff Hughes, you see the hospital situation. You see people are working liquor, nothing. Cliff Hughes, you see the price of food. A lady call you and tell you, oh, she can't see and what happened to her. You woman address you take by here. And as you call, size 13 call you. So size 13 never know that woman. In a constituency, no matter what affiliation, she blind. She can't work. She says she can't work again because the bone marrow get affected. And the family little issues, you have a son, we give $1,000. That means the boy they have 100,000 she should have given too. So everybody have a son fall for a hard time. For you, say alright, I'm gonna help you because we know you have more money. You have woman do everything come out on radio. Woman had dress where woman live all and sitting there. You don't do that. You talk to her and if you plan to reach to her, You can take off the ear and take off the credential. You not do that. Confuse me, not know where you can describe you. When you look and see Loop News lockdown, Sports Match ago, soon gone and CVM. And you have got two. You have got two. So guess what? Our thing there on social media. And PMP, personnel, whether you candidate, MP candidate, councillor, whatever post you hold, Marky G, stop give nationwide no interview. If you go up on a station and they want to play and dissect it, for them problem. But do not give them no interview. Not give them none. Go up somewhere else and give interview and make your time. And them want dissect it. Fine. I am tired. Me stomach sick. When you come in, they come in like a drunkenness. Then come up sick, they gone to the IC, got a question the IC. Knowing, say the IC and our harder when they in that court and they current, you cannot speak. And you go to God. You think people like that to wake up. Then when you run gone, my man gonna turn and kick us. Nobody now still leeching. Everybody a fly, but guess what? And no matter when you go around the globe, we are going to find you when the right time come. Andrew Holness, make I tell you something. Do the honorable thing. The damage is already done.
All right. And
you can't turn back the hand time. Daryl Vaz, we know finally this is a murderer. You're wicked, you're liar, you're thief. And it's going to follow you to the last breath. And gentle people like Gamba class.
All right. Well,
big up
thank
yourself,
you,
Sister Pat.
Pat. Well, Sister Pat, Michael leaching gone from your melting pot, expose the yacht. You understand?
Yeah,
from
man.
the yacht, expose Michael leaching, live up. All right. Now, Sister Pat asks us to play back, display the clip with Daryl Vaz. And we are just going to do that. Now, that is just showing the connection as it relates to Daryl Vaz being the trigger man for the Jamaica Labour Party as it relates to corruption. Right? Now, as it relates to evidence where Daryl Vaz controlled GLP accounts, multiple of GLP accounts in SSL. Right? We have information as it relates to Daryl Vaz taking money out of SSL, right, and give to Andrew Holness. Now, two way about that. That is very serious. We have seen where Daryl Vaz, right, went to Mexico, right, and collected thousands of US dollars, right? So we are going to just show that clip, right, and then we just dissect it again for one last moment to the people of Jamaica to show them, you understand, that Daryl Vaz is the trigger man for GLP. Now, here it is. The real reason why Daryl Vaz lost his US visa. Everybody has been busy speculating and lying about the reasons for the revocation of Philip Powell visa. Some of the stories read like an action movie, some like a thriller, and others appear to come straight from a fantasy land. Yet, as we read and digest the Disney-like fantasy about Powell's revocation, we hear no reason for the revocation of Daryl Vaz's diplomatic and visitor's visa. The diplomatic visa, which is granted under right of passage, clauses of the Geneva Convention give ministers and diplomats a free pass to do the country's business. So why would the US rescind the diplomatic visa and the B1, B2 visitor's visa on October 8th without a specific incident which breach the understandings under which the visa is granted? Now, the US government will tell you there were material breaches of Minister Vaz, which caused the State Department, FBI, and DEA to all agree on the revocation and cause pressure on Prime Minister Andrew Holness. The incident involved Vaz. As it relates to Vaz, traveled to Mexico City to collect kickbacks from his Moon Palace Resort connections for his role in the rooms and beach deal. At the time when Vaz did that, Vaz was working in the Prime Minister's office at the time when the Vaz did this. A Prime Minister, a Prime Jamaican property. The payment of 2 million US dollars were made through the Jamaican Commission agent. But Mr. Vaz collected 450,000 US in Mexico City. The financial transaction flowed through the US banking system, and Mr. Vaz was fingered. And when consolidated with US real estate and huge construction works at his house in Portland, Vaz was sanctioned. These funds were also used to acquire additional properties in Portland. And that's why Vaz is saying that Portland is Vaz land near Monkey Island. The Mount Palace money also led to the Prime Minister, when you hear people, as I said, that Daryl Vaz, right, is the trigger man for Andrew Holness relating to corruption in the Jamaica Labour Party. Here it is, in plain detail. The Moon Palace money also led to the Prime Minister Andrew Holness, who made a huge and illegal cash lodgement to First Global Bank in New Kingston. Remember, Andrew Holness can't come out and say I like this, Daryl Vaz can't come out and say I like this, Evidence, them can't distribute this. So all of them three all yellow school bus. You understand? You don't need to see this. Which the US authorities have flagged because it violated US laws. Yeah, man, because the money hit the Swiss system. So it triggered investigation. The deposit was not reported as the law requires. This caused the bank officer, who is a strong GLP supporter, and acted as NHT chairman. So you see how NHT, right, and Andrew Holness, Nigel Clark, you understand the whole corruption with Dexim, you understand all of them things there, you understand as a result of this man, you understand NHT chair. Hey, look here, a whole heap of corruption Andrew Holness doing. Here it is in the clear evidence, right? This caused the bank officer, who is a strong GLP supporter and acting as NHT chairman, to be fired. A lie? Daryl Vaz, this a lie? Andrew Holness, is this lie? He has since been rehired at Jamaican National, sorry. He has since been rehired at Jamaican National Bank by Curtis Martin. I lie that? If I lie, I'm not come out and say I lie this. I'm not come out and say I lie now. Andrew, come out and say I lie this. Daryl Vaz, come out and say I lie this. The investigation at the bank has been blocked by Senator Dan Bebe. I lie that too. A GLP senator and chairman of GK Financial Service. However, the US FBI officers who came to Jamaica remain concerned about the transactions. The name Andrew Holness itself, along with the police commissioner Anthony Anderson, and still where Andrew Holness the corrupt commissioner of police, because let me tell you something. If this a commissioner of police can't sing for Andrew, he wouldn't have been commissioner of police, He has to sing. He has to sing the love song what Andrew Holness want to hear before he becomes commissioner of police. No, came up for visa revocation within the State Department. So I'm going to look at this now. When I look on the commissioner of police at the time, and Anthony Anderson, mix up in a criminality. The Minister of National Security mix up in a WikiLeaks gun shipment and drug shipment. When I look on Andrew Holness now, who mix up all in a this. And when I look on Daryl Vaz, they really ask people to vote for them.
Shame tree never grew because the seed was blighted.
But I said, then shame tree never grew because the seed was blighted. Yeah, true. Now, the US authorities believe that Mr. Vaz is at the center of the racketeering. Hey, what are the people? But me tell you, say, Daryl Vaz is the trigger man for Jamaica Labour Party as it relates to corruption. He mean at the center. So, all right. But out of the bus situation, you think Andrew Holness can fire him? Andrew Holness can fire Vaz. Through Vaz and Vaz link, many of the Jamaica Labour Party member of parliament eat food through Daryl Vaz. Daryl Vaz is at the center of the corruption. Daryl Vaz is the trigger for Jamaica Labour Party as it relates to corruption. And where the US authority is now saying it. Here it is. The US authorities believe that Mr. Vaz is at the center of racketeering, money laundering, and other financial crimes. And their investigation in the US is pointing to the threatening the very existence of the Holness government. The matter is not yet over. Take it away. Now, let me ask open batsman. You understand? The bat panel one here because this is a bouncer straight up to the open batsman chest. Let us see how the batsman are going to deal with it now. Melting pot.
And I mean, it's a vicious bouncer. One that had me on my toes. But, you know, as usual, I find a way to navigate it. And what is even more resounding, I even actually scored 6 runs off it. But,
clear the field.
You know, yeah, man, I clear the field, you know. One of them little, what them call it, reverse scoop.
Yeah.
Reverse scoop, they have to bring upon them now, you know. Because them guys play some form of psychological warfare, you know.
Yeah.
So, you know, we have to deal with that thing now named reverse psychology upon them nastiness, yeah. Yeah, because when you look, you know, and when you see the amount of scandal, they are the party of mother of all scandal. No wonder them rock it up 2 and 3 scandal weekly, sometimes even 4. Now, looking at Daryl Vaz's diplomatic visa as it relates to him B1 and him B2, yeah? Well, we know the criteria with all of them things there. We know, say, FBI watch you. Because when you're a minister, you know, and you issue a diplomatic visa, you know, that simply means United States give you access to enter into their territory. You understand? But when you violate terms and conditions as it relates to the charges that we are seeing, drugs, DEA, you understand? We know so well then them have to clamp down on your traveling document. But you never see it credible enough to come out and tell your supporters and Jamaican and a whole the reason why. But now I make fanfare out of Philip Palwell. But no problem with that. But same way you can come clean and talk about your status too. But your status now is a status where it mix up. It involves money, transaction, vast amount for the Moonlight property, where you fictitiously sold and undervalue and go to Mexico for the $140 million kickback. Yeah, for your Andrew Holness. No. The money there, you know, I got to draw attention, you know. This is how you not use on the head. Because you're reckless, you know. So even now to pursue Yeah, a criminality. Uno still reckless. This is why we can't trust uno no more with the country. Uno not safe. Uno reckless. Because you should have known, say, $10,000. Yeah, are the amount where attract interest. And you got 140. Then hold on there. You know, sister, you're out of your league, man. You're way out of your league. Then you could have get where you cannot. So them track you and them know the source and them know who are your confederate. And when them look, them can't believe at the Prime Minister. At the Prime Minister.
Prime Minister.
You run go acquire some property over Portland with the money after you get Andrew Fee portion. And you call the place Vazland. No, that is an audacity, you know, coming out of your garbage mouth, you know. You can't go to Portland, go change the name Portland into Vazland, you know. Because your money are not clean money, you know. Garbage, you know. Let me tell you, you know. I make you support of them know, because them know too, you know. But them afraid to come really highlight you as a garbage. You understand? Because them love the gravy pot where you give them. But them know you're garbage, them know so be a cocaine and money laundering and drug trafficking you deal with. And racketeering business. Yeah, you bleed Jamaica too long. I'm say if you go to prison, you understand? There's no 2 years I ramp the police and ramp because you have too much case. The amount of case you have, you know. Me I tell you, you know. Heaven help us all with your case them. Now when we look back on everything where you're going with, yeah. You've used the funds and you acquire the property them. Yeah. And you use your status, yeah, and you place everything under the Vaz administration. But them illegal. Them illegal. Because it point right back to the racketeering business, you know, with your Andrew Holness. Yeah. And see what happened to Andrew Holness. Based on the fact that US authority knows them should have hold you accountable for the deeds where you done, the wrong deeds. Yeah. Them almost take a fee visa along with Google Gaga one, you know. I spear them two garbage there, you know. Them nearly lose them visa that the document show we. You know, so Google Gaga was a suspicious appointment. Guys, I said to begin with. But here it is, we have him as representative of Commissioner of Police, we can't speak. Because Andrew like them type of people around him. People where him can manipulate. No people were supposed to tell him things when him out of line. Him like them type of said, muled, idiot like Google Gaga. So you see the whole heap of corruption. But me want to touch further down and look on the Cliff saga. Mr. Cliff run the place like him a politician. And I go interrogate the electorate them as to who them a vote for. Cliff Hughes and the Labour Party are mother of all scandal. Nobody not even listen to you. You understand? Nobody not supposed to listen to you. Because you're supposed to lose your journalism license, you know. Because you were whole heap in a tax and you get 10 right off and you're not credible. Oh, you're out there campaign like you're a political activist. You're supposed to be an independent journalist. And even everybody have them rights to vote. You don't supposed to use your vote as opportunity to dictate how you conduct your investigation and how you project to the people through the media. But instead, we see a campaign. Your campaign now will help Andrew Holness Cliff Hughes. Because Sister Pat rightfully saying you used to be credible, you know. And you make Andrew dry you down at a whole man for Andrew. You make young boy Andrew dry you down. Because you love when man dry you down. We know that. But in the terms of what we are dealing with right now with running the country, you're supposed to have some pride in yourself and some dignity. But you know shit and no nastiness. You cannot exhibit those type of qualities. You understand? So you make Andrew dry you down. And what you do? You hurt Jamaican. So the Jamaican not supposed to listen to you no more if you lose your license. Because you're a shit house. You understand? We know so the politics where you play with Jamaican people. A gutter politics you play with them. You know, look for the people I'm concerned day to day issue, you know. What I do is look for where Andrew wants to give you. You understand? The type of play field where you get to operate in Jamaica without paying any farmer tax arrears to the tax compliance officer. You understand? You get a 10 right off. Me don't know if any company wherever in a business will get 10 right off. You look if you can get 2. You're in a liquidation and wind up long time. But because of what them I use you as a tool, you know, you're a mouthpiece tool for the Labour Party. So we are tell Jamaican citizens, it play an obvious what them I do too, you know. So you can't listen to nasty thinking Big Mama. You have to turn away from this piece of shit. Because remember say, you know, Andrew now run the election for win for govern the country, you know. He might run the election, hoping him can win to save himself from prison. But not that when work around here.
No.
It's not when work around here. The people have spoken. Yeah. And all you not try to do and play on a little hanky-panky shadow game them like you not do shadow boxing. Because I soon have a portion of pipe bomb. I want to come talk about that. But I don't think tonight I'll give me the time. So I'm going to leave that till Tuesday night on the Mystic Sensation Live. Yeah. Because you know that's a deep concern in our society. Because pipe bomb, me I tell you, no Jamaican, it is designed to hurt mass gathering. Now we are in the eve of the general election and the PMP is on a war path as it relates to the gathering. Yeah. And the influx is there as evidence to show. And the Jamaica Lazy Party, they will rise up against my people with all high level of atrocity. So I'm just saying, be on the lookout, and we need the police them to go investigate this pipe bombing influx in our country and draw out the perpetrator them and make we get some answers. Because we know it tying to the fertilization will come at Jamaica, you know. Because that's the key component. So my people may come ready. We not have to be found up here on the queue, you know. And don't be afraid to translate the message. Anything you not see suspicious of going around, you know. Anybody will not know where you see now in the space. Whoop no knife on them. I yield back the floor to my brother them.
All right, shoot them down, Empress Sphinx. You don't know you're in the space. Take it on.
Okay. You know, I want to say this, you know, to all Jamaicans, whether you're uptown, middle town, downtown, in the town, or around town. We have all had experiences in our life where we come across people who have chemical dependencies of different sorts, and some of them can function, some of them get mad, and some of them are on the street. And it's time we look this thing in the face and call it out for what it is. And do not be ashamed to say it out loud anymore. We should not look side eye and ignore the fact that is facing us right now. I have been in spaces where I see the Vaz couple come through a door and the wife has to be leading her husband because he cannot manage to walk. I have been around people enough and we have common sense to know when somebody has chemical dependency, how they behave. The body does not lie. And when we see public officials who are supposed to be lawmakers behaving like this in public spaces, I have seen it more than one time, the Vaz couple. And Jamaicans, I'm not lying to you. I will not sit on this program and lie to you. And everybody use their elbow and stick each other in each other's ribs and giggle at the situation. But it's time we face it. I heard Sister Pat mention it last program. He was sweating in the AC. And we all see these signs. We all see famous people, entertainers, people in entertainment in different businesses, rich people who have chemical dependencies. What happens when the autopsies are done? Things are revealed. Doctors lose their licenses, and people who are being compromised start to talk about what and what they should have done when it should, and all these stories coming out. We see what happened to Whitney Houston. The whole world see what happened to Prince. The whole world see what happened to Michael Jackson. And we see it and we don't say anything about it. But it's time we face it up. We cannot give a person who have a chemical dependency our money to run a ministry. You cannot vote in a person who has a chemical dependency to run a ministry, because this is what happens. At the end of the day, we are given a bill for $1.4 billion for 110 junk scrap metal buses. And what they do is forge the information and the documents, and then they split the money amongst themselves and laugh at us and have their parties on their yachts. And every Sunday they're on the beach. And yet we, the Jamaicans, who are paying them, are not allowed on these same beaches because they're selling our beaches behind our backs. We have two right now to contend with in Montego Bay. We have one in St. Ann going on sale again. We hear about Portland one in front of the court right now. They look at us as dirt. They treat us as their slaves. They walk on us. They choke us. We have no health system here. We have no education system here. They're taking everything from us. They don't want us to have a house. They want us to live on the street. They bulldoze down houses. And these are the people we allow to run our country. And we sit here and we smile with them and say, honorable this and honorable that. If the Vaz right now was on a street corner with his crack pipe, would you address him as honorable? Let me ask every laborite that in Portland who vote this man in. It's a fact.
Embarrassing.
It's a fact. The man is embarrassing. I am on a plane with him. I have been there with him. I have been in the airport with this man. And I've seen how his wife has to be like a nursemaid to him. And you people run behind him. He comes out every day and lie to our faces about new buses, when it's old buses. He lies to our faces about everything. FBI gave us red flag, warned him, took away his visa. All of these red flags are there, and we sit here and say, labor rights in Portland, you're going to vote back in this man?
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Why would you vote in a cokehead? There is so much evidence against this man. So much. When he goes into parliament, anybody who ever voted for Vaz, have you ever seen him in parliament? I have been in the House of Parliament. I have been in public spaces where this man is. And there's something definitely wrong with him. The other day, a couple years ago, when they stopped Andrew Holness at the airport and searched him, do you really think that was by accident? Or coincidence? Or they didn't know that he was the Prime Minister of Jamaica? His diplomatic stamp is in his passport. Something else was happening. Jamaicans, wake up. When we come here and we are talking and we are pointing out these things to you every week, the week after week. We are here for a reason. We want you to wake up out your slumber, out your mental slavery to these people. Stop follow these people. They are leading you right down to hell. They want you poor. They want you uneducated. They want you uninformed. They want you sick. They want you to join a pro box. You understand me? They want your children to suffer. Look at last month. How many newborn babies were born, died? Why? Why? In the year 2025, premature babies are not a health stress anymore. It's not. It can be taken care of. Listen to me. They have lied to us from to every ministry. When you hear Dr. Dawes come out here and boxing down them and their lies about premature babies, he's not lying. They are lying. Tufton is lying. When Favor Williams come out and talk about this and that and blah blah blah, they are lying. And I don't understand why Jamaicans can't wake up and see it. So when these three little lazy yellow bus people them in them bed get up and I'm gonna talk about scandal and scandal and scandal. Explain to us the $3 trillion that is missing. Explain to us in their first term the $14.8 billion that went missing. Explain all of that. Explain to me why I get up in the morning and I look through my window. I can see Cornwall Regional Hospital building and cannot go there and get an aspirin or a band-aid. Explain to the police officers why they have to be buying your boot. Explain to the medtech at Cornwall Regional Hospital why for 3 years they cannot get any uniform allowance. Explain to the teacher why the chemistry teacher in the chemistry lab at the high school levels, why they don't have the chemicals in their classrooms or their labs to teach the students. Explain this summer when school take a break, how many desks they have termites. Why primary schools are only given $150 Jamaican per year for maintenance. While we spend a 1.4 billion Jamaican dollars on buses that are scrap metal. Andre Horton pointed out a computer lab that Malaho put in computers in and never opened the door for the young people in the constituents to go there and use the computers. This is how they waste our money. And when we come here every week and we cry about it and talk about it, you wonder why we are upset? I get up every morning at 4 o'clock to make my money. I am up. Sometimes I come in at 12 o'clock at night and I'm dead tired. But I sacrifice these 2 nights every week to be here because I want my Jamaicans to wake up. I want the 6 million people in the diaspora to wake up and realize Jamaica shut down right now. Most business people are not doing any business in Jamaica right now. Most people who have our entrepreneurs are not making any money right now. You go to university, you have your degrees, you're doing the right thing, you're living a lawful life. And there is no business in your business because there's no money being spent on our level. Why is that? Only them, the 1% up there must have money to spend. And every day we have to pay our taxes. We buy a bread, we have to pay tax. We buy a biscuit, you have to pay tax. When we pay our light bill, it's tax. Water bill is tax. Make a phone call is tax. Buy a credit is tax. You understand me? You buy a piece of land, you tax it. Someone dead for you, but tax it. You put you plant the parish council, you tax it. Everything is taxed here. You own a vehicle, they give you a ticket for foolishness like eating a chicken sandwich. That's the country we live in right now. And you wonder why we're not upset anymore? Why are you quiet? My question to you who is quiet, why are you not upset? Why is your eye closed? Why is your ears deaf? Why is your tongue quiet to the corruption? Because just like how in the time of Hitler, many people stayed quiet and allowed him to do what he did. It's the same thing you liberals are doing right now. I want all 49 of them to go to prison. I want all 49 of them to go to prison because they're all complicit. Who is not doing the do is taking and earning from it. That is what is happening. Every money they scam from us, every money they scam for us is divided amongst them. And for them to not be able, not even one of them can come out and say, I am not on the investigation, but here's a 10. I want a brave Labourite member of parliament to be righteous for once in their life and just name the 10 people. Just name the 10 people. Is there one? Just like how God had asked Abraham before Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed. Is there one person over there who can be respectable and choose Jamaica in front of the party and say, I love Jamaicans, I love my country, I will name the 10. Just give us the 10 names before the IC name them, please. Before election is called. Is one Labourite over there so honest and have a conscience and have a shame tree? I yield the floor to somebody else.
Wonderful. Well, let me support Sister Spinks and the Paul melting pot. We want to show Daryl Vaz behavior, right? Because this man, as what Sister Pinks is saying, seems to be a substance abuser. And based on his action, right, pretty much would suggest that this man really appears to be a substance abuser. The way he behaved on the campaign, the things that he said on the campaign.
Exactly, it's obvious.
He's not in control. Let us show one of those clips where Daryl Vaz was definitely not in control. Let us play.
Man, you think me can come off of the stage and you don't run chichi, man? I'm mad, you're mad. I'm mad, you're mad. Shout. My crew, my dogs, set rules, set laws.
No, take so. And here is Daryl Vaz, right? Rewind, and Daryl Vaz burning out. You understand? Who is burning out? But let me ask the question. Because so much of these eccentric people, right, are within the Jamaica Labour Party. So there is Daryl Vaz where I don't understand the irony. Here is Daryl Vaz on the stage where a lot of those eccentric people, right, they are amongst the Jamaica Labour Party, the Terry Long, and you understand, you name it, right? I mean, the association with them, and here is it that Daryl Vaz burn them out. So how do you, right, wonder if this man is really collective as it relates to, you know, hitting out, you understand, on few of those members in this party. See if I can slice it for us, Melting Pot. And then I ask speaks to close that out. When does it behavior like that, Melting Pot?
Well,
right?
you have no, my brother. You have
Yes.
only the 5 hour year tongue for go deep dive down in this thing, you know. Yeah. A year tongue can me have too small. But me go try still, me go jump off. So if you don't see me come back or so, but me think me go come back because me tell you something, me not out in, I am not out at the end of the score.
Exactly.
No, I cannot believe. I am taken aback. I just can't believe this is ridiculous. And I mean, you know, this request was done in front of it seems to be the entire Labour Party entourage. And I mean, they were dancing, having a whale of a time. What type of party is the Jamaica Labour Party? Because they're all over the shop. They don't know whether they're going east, west, north, or south. You understand? They are Cub Scout. For Christ's sake. But now this guy, delusion, you know. Yeah. You understand? And I mean, we know him on substance. Yeah. So let's make no bones about it. Just, you know, present the facts as it is. Iron substance. And that's why, you know, he find himself not in control of the situation. Because to, you know, draft a special like this one that we put out on them. Big Mama drown, you know, brother. The man sing Big Mama, you know. Terry Long Tongue drown, Queenie drown. You understand? Yeah, man. Patrick Bailey drown. You understand? Bell Nevis drown. Hey, the whole of them drown off night party, man. Thanks to Killer Vaz. Thanks to Killer Vaz. The man caused homicide.
Yeah.
The Labour Party. Hey, unbelievable.
The man I go for one campaign again, you know, and I show you say, man.
You understand? This is what I say. The man caused meme. I mean, ridiculous. Absurd. You know, them need to get rid of this brother from out of the party. But too late shall be them cry because the rain come to an end and it's all over by the shouting. You understand? This party I tell my people, and I mean, you know, great mind will predict great thing, you know. I tell my people them say this is the conclusion of the Jamaica Lazy Party. This party won't rise back.
No.
The battering where this party I get at the poll will send it into abyss. And I mean, there's no coming back. So I've been saying it to everyone. If you have the ambition to enter politics with your own fundamental, you know, foundation by creating a new party, it's the most opportune time.
Exactly.
There's a space. There is a space available. I mean, for a long time, we didn't have any vacancy. I'm saying vacancy.
Yes.
You understand? Because this party are drown, you know. Killer Vaz just kill the party. And Killer Vaz been killing the party for a mighty long time.
Mighty long time.
Andrew Holness been killing the party for a mighty long time. Queenie killed the party. Disgrace the party for a mighty long time. And all of these disgrace and scandal them up in a cyberspace, them can't come out, them can't raise. So, my brothers and sisters, I'm telling you, we are, you know, in the final furlong, so to speak. But I mean, we have to turn up the heat. Because PMP turn up the thing. Yeah. So, me know so this a party. Yeah. Heaven help them when we're done with them. Because it's only one place. There's only one place to cremate them in a prison. You understand? We are cremate them in a prison. Make the heat of them brick wall there. Roast them. Because them boy not going on a new prison, you know. We want GPR Spanish Town. A two prison may appoint for them. We can't really put no more on the table. And them two they look suitable. General Penitentiary or the Spanish Town District Prison. Them can't watch cricket. It play, but them still play cricket out there. I don't know about one time gone them used to play cricket. Because them a boy, you know, you have to hold them and hold them firm. As the Michael Manley say, under heavy manners. You have to. These outlaws, you can't play with them, you know. When you hold them, you have to hold them firm. And applies the law as it relates to the punishment. Remember, Manley put them under heavy man and a charge where it bright up himself and a shoot gun at the man's face. A gun caught him and Babs end up, you know. Michael did that because Michael was a disciplinarian and a man who don't play with the law. Michael upheld our line at Jamaica. So when it was time for them with the fire and the looting and the shooting, Michael had to put them under heavy manners. And I think Marky G need to do same. Put them under what? Heavy manners. I yield back the floor to my brother.
All right, Sister Pinks. All right, there you go. Close the out, Sister Pinks. Right.
Well, from that clip, you know, you saw with the Vaz on a stage. His behavior in the public is just not right.
Exactly.
Not right at all. And we saw Judith Cuthbert last year, November, on their stage at their conference when she's talking about racism. And right on the stage in the front seat were several people of the same complexion as Mark Golden. So something is wrong with them over there on that side because they're always talking about things and not looking within themselves. Just like when they talk about Marky British having been a dual citizen. When they dig on their side, they found 10 members over there. 10 people on their side, including like Israeli. And not to mention that the Seaga is an American. So because they don't even think about things before they say things, it's like their mouth speak, but their brain does not work. So something is wrong with them on that side. And that's why I think Vaz need to find himself into a clinic, check himself in, sort out himself, and then come again. Because life can give him a second chance. He's a father and a grandfather. You understand me? Life can give him a second chance after he finished prison. No.
All right. So yes.
You want to know what's funny about that, panelist? Boy, when you have an autism patient that carry a drug dependable patient clinic, that look bad. I rest my case till next week.
All right. So yes, you know, all the subscribers on TV land, people locally and in the diaspora watching us. Just sad to say that we come to the end of the program.
I tell you, it's a program, yeah. This is a program, yeah.
Yes.
This year program I look like right now, me feel like it shouldn't end. You know, me ready to take on another 4 hours. But I go sorry, say well then Pink Skew have to go hold a nap.
All
And
right.
Byron and Lady and Marie, because me I tell you that program is hot this week. And I lie.
Okay. Okay.
The lioness come out and she lick them with the lion paw.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
All right. Before we leave, can you pin up tag, put in the chat the website for Alan and the and pin it.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Before we leave out.
All right.
Big up Alan
Uh, yeah, because Alan is the one for Northwest. Don't forget that.
Yeah, man, Mr. Bernard, man.
Yeah, man. Alan is the one.
And you know that we'll be bringing Alan on the program very soon, you know. So
Yeah, man.
where people can have an interaction with Alan. I know that probably Alan is listening to us even as we speak. If he's not sleeping. All right.
Okay, so I have put the link to the website to support Alan Bernard.
Right.
So let me just pin it so you can click on just click on the link and it will take you to the website and you can give some support.
Okay. Thank you.
There
All
you
right.
are welcome. Replace, okay, replace pinned. And remember guys to go over to Pastor Ricky's YouTube channel. That is named Politics Corner TV, and show him some love over there and show him some support, please and thank you. And also please remember Jeffrey Tavares Make We Talk Enterprise with his t-shirts. So you can go over to his channel and look on his merchandise, and all the information as to purchase and shipping cost is on his website. So go over there as well and support Make We Talk merchandise or enterprise.
And remember that Rattigan in the space for tomorrow.
Oh yes, tomorrow is Saturday. So tune in to Mr. Reason with Rattigan at 3 p.m. New York time and 2 p.m. Jamaica time. And tune into all the other platforms that will be spreading the gospel as to wanting a better Jamaica for us and our future generation.
So get into the closure now.
So thank you guys. Really appreciate it.
And I go make a point. I want half pint. I just want big up and endorse Pastor Ricky program. Yeah. No respect to the pastor, yeah, in your new venture as it relates to your platform. Where name Politics Corner?
Politics Corner TV.
You're right. When you go around, you go check out the pastor, you know. Yeah, where my preach. Yeah, what shop time reach.
All right.
My people. Big up.
Big up.
All right, guys. So thank you so much for tuning in. Much respect to each and everyone. And okay, so Miss Curiosity saying, please give Walkerton TV a strength as well. So guys,
all right, of course, Walkerton TV people, member, please support Walkerton TV, right? Just pass through, see what Walkerton TV has to display and endorse, right? Because we are all in the space, right? Giving the information, right? And ensuring that we have an informed voter. And we are saying in close, remember, all Jamaicans, if you love Jamaica and you love the progress, right, as it relates to future progress, because this current party, right, this current incumbent government, right, close the door, right, burning down the future progress of all Jamaicans. And so then, if we want to make sure that we see the lights and the progress of democratic socialism through the art blood of Norman Manley, Michael Manley, P.J. Patterson, Portia Simpson, please endorse the People's National Party, the new leader, Mark Jefferson Golden, leading us into a progressive future. Remember, Jamaican people, put the X beside the head. We are out.
All right, let's stop.
I know why you come to me with that foolishness, you know. You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right side that stupid argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.